Okay, thank you. Greenfield City Council, July 21, 2021, 219th regular meeting. It's 7:05 p.m. WebEx conferencing system. This meeting is being recorded and videotaped by the City Council and GCTV. If any other persons present are doing the same, you must notify the chairperson at this time. Okay. Madam Clerk, can I have a roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Counselor Jarvis,
Here.
Counselor Gwynn,
Here.
Counselor Disorder,
Here.
Counselor Disorder.
Here.
Thank you. Counselor Bottomley,
Here.
Counselor Dolan,
Here.
Vice President Gilmore,
Here.
Counselor Wheeler,
Here.
Counselor Mayo,
Here.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Here.
Counselor Elmer,
Here.
Counselor Forgy,
Here.
President Ricketts,
Here.
Counselor Stemple Ray. I don't believe she has logged in yet. I will do my best to let you all know when she joins the meeting. Madam President, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, which is voluntary. So I pledge allegiance
allegiance
to
to
the
the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it
which
stands,
one nation, under
one
God,
nation, under God, indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty
with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I'd like to accept a motion to approve the June 17th and June 23rd City Council meeting minutes.
Have a change.
Jarvis.
We need a motion and a second before a change could be made.
I'll make the motion. Gwen.
Okay,
Second, Jarvis.
okay.
Ricketts?
Yes, Councillor Elmer, do you want to speak?
Yes, I'd like to suggest a change on page 6 in the minutes. It says when we're discussing the sale of or taking over the armory, it says the property should be used exclusively for low-income housing, as if the council voted for that. I think more accurately it would say Councilman Mayo suggested that the property be used exclusively for low-income housing.
Thank you. Thank you for that edit. Does anyone else have anything about the minutes?
Do I have to put my change in the form of a motion?
So if there's
I think for the minute. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Councilor Gilmore.
I was just going to say, and Kathy would know way better than I would. I was just going to say that for changing the minutes, I think that's just a matter of, personal privilege.
If the amendment is received without objection, we do not need a motion.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
Sorry,
Thank you, Will.
the mute in time.
Okay, perfect. Okay,
We do still, however, need a vote of the
on the
council.
whole entirety, right. Does anyone have anything else? Okay,
Just,
so could we have a roll call vote?
I have no problem with it.
Madam Clerk,
As
could we have a roll
the
call
maker
vote
of the statement.
to
A roll call vote for the approval of the minutes with the
Please.
amendment as stated by Counselor Elmer, Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder.
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Mayo,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
President Ricketts,
Yes.
and I still do not see that Counselor Shamroy has joined us. The
Okay,
motion passes.
thank you. So at this time, take communications from the superintendent of schools and school committee.
Good evening, everyone. It's Amy Prayati from the school committee. I did give, as interim superintendent Hool, the night off,
Okay,
which she definitely needed. And we really only have one report, which I'm sure everyone has potentially heard already. We have successfully gone through the search process and extended an offer to a permanent superintendent of schools, Dr. Christine DeBarge, who's currently the superintendent of schools in East Windsor, Connecticut, resides in Belchertown. She's enthusiastically accepted the offer, and we're negotiating the contract now with an expected start date of August 23rd. Seeing that the first day of school for the fall is September 1st, we are thrilled to potentially be having her join us a week before the school year starts. And that is, I'm happy to take questions, but that is the end of my report.
okay. Counselor Mayo?
Chairman Peretti,
Yes,
I have just a simple question. How long is the contract that we're signing with her?
it's not fully negotiated yet.
Oh,
We've
okay.
offered a 3-year contract, which is relatively standard.
Yep. Okay. And you expect no problems with that?
I am not expecting problems with the contract negotiation at all, including the number of years in the contract.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Mayo. Let's see, let me go over to the chat. Any other counselors have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I will give Chairperson Peretti the rest of the evening off.
Thank you, Counselor Ricketts. You all have a great evening.
Okay, you too. Thank you so much. Okay, communications from the mayor.
Good evening, folks. Can you hear me? I should be able to be heard.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good evening, city councilors and members of the public. I, like Amy, don't have a lot to report to you. Apparently you had a lot of rain. And, the only thing I have to report to you this evening, and then I would like to yield my time to Director Fernando Fleury of IT, and of course Nick Ring, because I know that Director Fleury has some important information for you this evening. I'm sure perhaps you know this by now, but the swimming pool sustained some very serious flooding damage. No idea what's causing that. Sorry about that. We are working on that with our insurance companies, Maya and FEMA. Christy has talked by now to both of them. I didn't have a chance today to get from her, and I don't know if she's on this call or not. If she is, and you want to acknowledge her and see where we're at, you can. We're not sure yet what the status of the swimming pool will be. The swimming area will be in terms of whether we have swimming area for the rest of the summer or not. We're not ready to make that determination. But I did sign a warrant today for replacement sand and so forth. So we are moving on. as if at some point in the summertime we can open back up. So that's I have for you this evening. I'm happy. I know there's some items on the agenda. I'm happy to take questions on that now, or I'm happy to stay on and take questions as we hit those items on the agenda.
Why don't we, okay. All right, let me just open it up to the floor. Councilor Mayo?
Mayor, did the rain affect the road? Did it go as far as the road? Is that road closed, or is it just the pool itself that was affected?
With the broadband.
I wasn't here for the weekend, but my update says that the road was not affected. It was. Are we talking about Nash's Mill Road? Nash's
Yes.
Mill Road is open.
Yes.
Nash's Mill Road is open. It's been open since I traveled on it Monday afternoon. The road into the swimming area, the little driveway in, has been. It was blocked off then, and I didn't go by today, so I don't know. But it's only because they're still in there cleaning.
Okay.
We've had our lifeguards who were hired to be lifeguards are doing yeoman's work, helping Christy clean up and set aside whatever she can.
Thank you.
Do I have any more questions or
Yes.
comments?
This is Chris. I do. I have a few questions for the mayor, but I'm having trouble with broadband.
Okay.
So let me just get situated here for a second.
Councilor Stemple has joined the meeting.
I have a question, Hirschfeld.
Councilor Stemple has joined the meeting.
Okay. Okay. All right. So as Councilor Forgy asked her questions, anybody who's just recently joined the meeting, if you want to speak, please remember to sign in. Go ahead, Councilor Forgy.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, and welcome back. And I'm sorry, I'm having problems with my broadband here. Last night, the Ways and Means Committee had an excellent meeting with Liz Gilman, and Marlo Warner was also in attendance with that meeting. We discussed a lot of things, and one of the items that we were very interested in hearing more about from you is anything that you have to tell us about ARPA, ARPA. Liz was very good in telling us how difficult it is sometimes to keep to a schedule because federal funds take their time to make their way to the city. She also explained to us that we have $440,000 that will be received, we hope, from FEMA as a reimbursable piece, and from the CARES Act about $1.3 million, which already again, is an item that has restricted use and is not really scheduled for appropriation. We also understood from her last night that ARPA, which if it comes in its complete form, would come in about $5 million, and it is not subject to appropriation. So my question this evening is, what kind of plans do you have in order to engage the community in the distribution and allocation of ARPA funds?
Excellent question, Councilor Forgy. Thank you for that. We have, and I'm sure Liz probably evaluated or elaborated, I'm sorry, on that. I didn't attend your meeting because I was at a very excellent celebration for the vaccine volunteers, which I thought was an important place for me to be, given the presence that the city had in terms of vaccinating all of the many of the people of Franklin County, a good number of them, as a matter of fact. as far as ARPA goes, it has it's been quite a challenge, I will say. Liz is correct. At the moment, I don't have the exact number. I didn't write it down this evening, but it's emblazoned on the whiteboard in my office. It's $5.1 million and change, quite a bit of change. So it's well over $5 million. It's been very difficult to plan. ARPA, it's been very difficult. Let me put it that way. I'm sorry to be so vague on that, but the federal guidelines have been challenging. Liz has, and I talk regularly about it. We have received one payment and one payment only of about $903,000. I do not want to make big plans for ARPA until I have all of the money that we know we're getting. And the constant refrain from the state via the feds is we are waiting for the feds to tell us more about when they are going to release the rest of the money. I don't want to get in the weeds tonight. I'd rather do a prepared presentation for you on ARPA at an upcoming meeting, and that way I can have all of the details. We fall into a category which doesn't have a very good sounding name called abolish the counties. Don't feel unhappy about that. Franklin County agreed to do away with its county government along with a few other counties in Massachusetts quite some time ago. So some of the money will, as I understand it, most of it, all of it will eventually come directly through us, to us. Some of it comes from the state. Some of it will come from the FERCog, as I understand it. They have not given us real information, what I call real information, as to when the different tranches come. They've changed their mind a couple of times. Very early on in the late spring, when we first learned about it, we were supposed to get our money in 2 tranches within 30 days of each other. Well, clearly that did not happen. And those were federal guidelines. We are at the mercy of the feds on this. I have talked to our legislators. I am about ready about the slowness of the response. I don't know who's holding on to the money. I don't know if it is the state or if it is I don't believe it is the state, nor do the legislators. Not the money to go directly to the cities and towns. They do have, there's a separate set of money, quite a bit of money, over $5 billion with a B dollars that will go to the governor to dispense in various ways that the legislature is working on, but that's a side story. Back to your question. We don't have any good guidance yet on the dispersal of the rest of the $5 million. And Liz is working on one piece of it, which is the potential for revenue recovery, which is definitely one of the abilities to one of the eligible categories. And we certainly have lost revenue, as we both know, as we've gone through 1 year now, a full year of a pandemic. And as you may or may not remember, when we did the 2022 budget. So some of it will definitely go to revenue recovery. Beyond that, I've tried not to make a substantial wish list because I want to see more information about exactly how much money we're getting. We have the ability to use it for broadband. We have the ability to use it for housing. We have the ability to use it in many different ways. And with regard to a plan, for reaching out to the community. I am definitely working on that. Early on, before we even received any money, at that point we were getting $6 million. I jumped down, turned around, and the next thing I knew, we were getting $5.1 million. So, but I reached out to our department heads to ask for their wish lists. And it was actually entitled Christmas in May because we thought we would get all the money in the house by May. And we did not. And we're sitting now at the end of, nearly the end of July. And as I said, we've had one payment. But there are many ways we can use it, and I'm happy to make a full presentation when I have more information. I'm also, I'll make an official invitation to you this week. All of the counselors, if you want to, in a similar way, tell me what your Christmas in August list might be. But I feel like I should probably do that with some bit of education about what the categories are. I don't think you well, I mean, if you wish to be burdened by reading the interim final report, 159 pages,
Already
go
have.
right ahead, but I will try to synthesize it for you. But I'm happy to hear what some of your thoughts are as well. And eventually we will do a outreach to the public. A couple of years to give it to it. And I truly wish I had a good answer for how soon and how I don't think that number 5.1 million is going to change. I'm certainly hoping it doesn't. That's a nice amount of money. Many communities have gotten more. Many communities have gotten less. But I will happily update you at any point in time. Just have, if you want to, as Ways and Means Chair, Chris, or if Penny wants you to, or if Penny wants to reach out to me, I'm happy to answer your questions or present to you in any way that you want. I feel like I know enough about it now and that I can speak somewhat intelligently or certainly synthesize the information with all of the different guidelines that I have in front of me.
All right. Thank you for that, Mayor. I was just watching the Ways and Means on GCTV tonight, and I know Liz did a great job of explaining that, and it was a great conversation. So Ways and Means really is on top of it and fully understood it, and they had some great ideas. So yes, I would say definitely reach out to them and ask for their thoughts. I think it'll be wonderful. It was a really rich discussion. I think it's important. And even if you would like to share the wish list from the department heads, you don't have to, but it'd be like seeing if we're all on the same page or not. But it was cool. I know Department Head Warner shared his last night at the meeting as well. So it was really good. So I'm going to call on Councillor Gwynn and Councillor Gilmore, but we're still with the mayor. So if you need to ask more questions from councilors, please stay there.
Madam President, can I do a follow-up to that question with the mayor while I have her on that topic?
Please. Yes, please.
Okay. Mayor, thank you. The rationale behind asking that question is that we received from another counselor an article about the mayor in Pittsfield. And Pittsfield is getting substantially more, like $16.8 million. But what she committed to was to put an ad hoc committee together with representatives from all the different social service agencies, governmental agencies, citizens, things of that nature. So I would be happy to encourage you to read the article, take a look at what she did. I think that would play very well in Greenfield when the time comes. So thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for that suggestion. Yes, Pittsfield, it's all based on population.
Right.
Not so Pittsfield is, as well as Northampton, getting substantial money.
Sanctuary carpet cleaning and some lighting work, dumpster costs, permit costs. It's got a pretty detailed.
Okay.
Okay.
That's on top of the 6,000.
People,
You need to mute.
Who's talking?
you need to mute whoever's talking about dumpster costs and such. Please mute. Thank you, but I'm glad you're getting business done. Okay, so Councilor Bottomley, if you'd like to forward that on to Director Letourneau and to the mayor, that'll be great. It was a great article. So Councilor Gwynn, Gilmore, and Hirschfeld, you're up.
Thanks, President Ricketts. I have actually 3 questions for the mayor that all have to deal with not this meeting's report, but last meeting's report. So would you like those all now, or would you like to have me ask a question and then come back? What would be your preference?
Why don't we just keep going forward? Because I think there's a lot more discussion happening with the mayor tonight.
Mayor, I have a question on Court Square. And my question on Court Square was, what was the process on Court Square? Normally when we change, ADA and deeded access and fire, we have a inclusive process. What process did we do for that change?
That process went back to, if memory serves me correctly, 2014 maybe, when we received a grant to reimagine Court Square. And I could have my date wrong. It might be 2012, somewhere between 2012 and 2013. I was still serving on the planning board at the time. It was one of those grants where we have a lot of them with regard to downtown Greenfield, as you know. You've been around a while as well. And it was a very engaged, MJ Adams has kindly said 2017, so more recently than 2014. Sorry, I outed you, MJ. That was a very public process, and we have a full design. Again, I'm not sure, I can't recall. I believe it might have been Berkshire Design who did that. But we have a full design. It's called the Court Square redesign, I believe. That was a public process then, and it got put on the shelf. I remember the process well, and I felt that it's an excellent project as we try to come out into recovery and renewal, particularly for our downtown area, which was doing so well pre-COVID, to rekindle the Court Square redesign. We had a rapid recovery grant to put a little money into potentially some sort of project in the downtown area. Not quite enough, of course, to redo the design to the specifications of 2017. But we thought it would be useful going forward if that's something that we think would enhance economic development downtown and enhance our recovery of the downtown area, that we do a pilot. So we put a little money, and I don't have the exact amount. MJ's on, she can certainly answer that question for you, towards a pilot. And the pilot was strictly to do a mock block off of the Court Square area, keeping in mind that it has to be accessible to public safety. It has to be accessible to For instance, Hawks and Reed, when they have big shows, people have to load and unload. Musical, the whole 9 yards that happens when you're putting on a show. So we wanted to do something that would simulate, but by no means, it will be a much better looking, much better and more well designed to the suggested specifications of the plan from 2017. Maybe brought forward a little bit to 2021 or 22. But it's one piece of the economic recovery, particularly of our downtown area, which I think we need to begin to attract more people to. The interesting thing, if I may go on just a little bit longer, the interesting thing is we have had so many people reach out to us. The first one, of course, being Village Pizza for ways in which to use the Court Square as it is now during the pilot. So not only has the pilot given us a lot of information on accessibility and some of the things that we need to consider going forward, it has piqued the interest of different groups that want to do different things. Well, as recent as I think it was last Friday, we had Matt Kim's Academy of Rock reach out and say they wanted to do their graduation ceremony rock concert out there. It was a very easy thing to put together. AMR will be doing a public health and job outreach program there at some point in the near future. I forget. There's a third program that's coming up and I can't remember which it is. We've already talked to Hawks and Reed about the ways in which they can incorporate some of their shows and some of the ways in which they can use the space. And as recent as yesterday, someone stopped me in the parking lot and said, I would like to get married on Court Square on 9/11. What do I have to do that? It's not a big party. It's not a big wedding. It's 25 people. So Danny she's kind of taking the lead on this, and because she works well with licensing on creating guidelines that we hope to bring forward in the future for use of Court Square, if and when we do eventually block it off.
So coming back from that, it was several years ago that plan was talked about last. When it was being reborn, even in this temporary form, was the abutters and all the people that would be affected included, like, hey, we're doing this, or did we just move on from 2017?
No, we contact. I mean, I'll let MJ, if you don't mind, Penny, chime in here. She took the lead on that, but yes, we contacted all of the abutters. We have been in constant conversation with them, and believe that we have worked out most of any of their concerns.
No, I mean, I only asked because when it first happened, I did field some calls from people and questions and concerns, and I didn't know the process. I didn't know what we've done. If I blocked off my street and you decided to do something, there would have to be a process to get there. And I don't think we educated everyone on the process of reprocessing of what was already done. So I think that was the confusion. The other thing, when you just mentioned some of these events, have we decided not to use the energy park for these events, like the music ones? We spent a fortune doing the band shell there and all of that. In my last carnation as a counselor, I was sworn in as the first council president in that park. So I'm just curious, are we still looking at using that for events? And it seems like we're getting a lot of interest in the Court Square project, but are we getting as much interest in the project that we already have?
Absolutely. I think that they are planning Court Square, planning the energy park in the way that they always have. The city isn't so involved in that. It's the GBA that I think involves themselves in that, and maybe another organization. MJ, would you like to chime in here? I do want to say the plan that I'm talking about from 2017 is on our website. I believe it's on the Economic Development, Community and Economic Development, or is it the Planning Department? Planning Department website. And you can go and see the 2017 report that we would certainly use as our guideline. We would be looking to update it to a more 2021. I mean, it may not need any update, but that's the report from those many years ago.
Thank you.
4 of them.
Thank you, Beth. And then my other follow-up from last meeting was, and this wasn't intentional, and I've been working on this since it happened, but is there any update on the parking garage and, you know, the problem with it being used for a toilet instead of a garage? I was led to believe at that meeting that we had gone over on that weekend that came up and dealt with it. And later I found out that we went over and looked at it, but we didn't do anything when we looked at it. And that was confirmed. I saw in writing in a couple of places since then that there's a new process. So is there a process, to keep that clean and try to keep it from happening again? Only because I had talked to Director Warner after the fact, because I thought it was reoccurring. But truth of that matter was, in that short period from that weekend till when we had our council meeting, it hadn't been dealt with. People had looked at it, but they really didn't do anything. So now it's changed scope. Do we have an update on that process?
We do. Director Warner knows the schedule by heart, but the DPW is in there several days a week. And the police do patrol it. The third thing is we are actively engaged in discussing the potential for a private company to come in, certainly, and on a semi-regular, I mean, there's different ways they operate. They could come weekly, they could come bi-weekly, they could come to clean. That's a matter of budgetary issues. We certainly probably didn't budget for this, but there's probably some way in which we can just gathering information on that. I don't know if Marlo wants to give you the schedule. I don't know if he has or not, but President Ricketts, he's certainly here to tell you what the schedule is from the DPW standpoint. I will say this. We have also actively engaged the city health department in setting up some type of training for our DPW workers. It is certainly not their job to clean up human waste, body waste. So they do need to be properly trained, but they do go in and take care of the trash and alert those people who do know what they're doing with regard to removal of that sort of thing to do it.
Thank you. President Ricketts, do we want to hear from Director Warner now on that subject, or
yes, we do. We'll do Director Warner, and then Gilmore, Hirschfeld, Stemple, DeSorga, and Elma. Okay. So, Director Warner.
Hello, good evening, Council. As the mayor had said, when I received the initial call to back up the bus a little bit, I unfortunately was way up in the top of a mountain in New Hampshire with very poor cell service. So I passed the message back on what was going on at the parking garage. So fast forward to when I got back from vacation, I've been working with the health director, Jennifer Hoffman. We've put a plan together. First and foremost, we're putting a training program, as the mayor said, together for my staff. The issues we're having there are direct biohazard, and that's how it's classified. So my staff needs training just to be around it, so on and so forth. We put a plan in place to have potentially a cleaning company on standby that deals with that directly. If this is to happen again, they can be called in at one point or whenever we need them, or we can eventually sign a contract and put them on a schedule. But I want to reiterate, if the biohazard issue continues, that's when we'll use the company. The DPW from day one has cleaned up trash and recycle trash and in litter and so on and so forth, and done whatever maintenance needs to be done, plowing, so on and so forth on the top floor since it opened. And that was being done every other week. We do check it weekly. If it needs to be done weekly, we do so on a Friday. So when I returned, I had a checklist designed. We are checking the parking garage daily. The checklist consists of biohazard, general litter, general cleanup, and anything else that looks out of order, out of place. And that checklist gives my staff direction to contact myself, Board of Health, and the police department, whichever department is needed upon their findings. The checklist is turned in every Friday. So far, I've seen on the checklist that it's our general cleanup.
And I guess one more thing, President Ricketts, on that, whether it's the mayor or Director Warner, is it appeared that there was some damage caused to the structure of the elevator from some of the misuse, damage. Now, is there a fiscal estimate on what that cost is and how severe that repair is from that damage?
So I can comment on that. It had its yearly inspection, I think, 2 weeks ago. And I want to clarify, there's no immediate repairs that need to be done. There was evidence of, to be quite frank, urinating in the elevator and what's been going on. There's some corrosion that started on the pipes, so on and so forth. But there's nothing that needs immediate repair. It was an observation. It was part of the yearly elevator inspection.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Warner. Before I go to the counselors, does anyone have a question for Director Warner on this topic? I think we may have questions for him on another topic, but let's finish one thing at a time. Does anybody have any questions for Director Warner on this topic? Since everybody's in the chat already signed up, for counselors, just speak out. Okay.
You're muted, Councilor Mayo.
Oh,
I got one.
thank you. Go ahead. I didn't see it.
I'm not sure that, seeing as though you brought up Director Warner, I'll fire this question at him because he mentioned it as well as the mayor. He mentioned that that contractors would be used for the cleaning up if necessary, and schedule them, when necessary. Is it the thought that those contractors are going to be local, or are they going to be sourced from out of town?
So I guess depending on the contract and what we would request out of that contract with a contractor. I mean, obviously we have to follow procurement rules on that.
Mm-hmm.
I know in DPW we do a lot of procurement, and we always invite local contractors with all our projects. So I hope that answers your question.
Do you have you done any investigation as a follow-up? Sorry, Chair. Can I do a follow-up with Director Warner?
Go ahead.
Do you know? Have you done any research as to whether or not there's any local companies that do this kind of, no pun intended, this kind of cleanup?
Yes, absolutely. There is local.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I believe all of them are. I don't know
Yeah.
what you mean by local. I don't know that they're all located in Greenfield, but they're Western Mass.
Yeah.
Okay.
They have
If
one-
we stay under the thresholds of procurement, we just have to do best business practice. So that's a matter of 3 quotes and so on and so forth. So
Okay.
again, we always practice that in the DPW, try and stay local when we can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilor Gilmore.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, my picture is frozen on my screen, so I was worried. So I actually wanted to travel back in time a little bit. I want to say, just as a shout out to one of my colleagues, Councilor DeSorger actually did read the full text of ARPA, which I am overwhelmed and amazed that she found the time to do that. Maybe someday I will have time to read all of that. So I think that we do have a good knowledge base here on the City Council. I wanted to go back to Court Square.
Okay.
I have received a number of complaints from constituents in my area. And for those of you who are not familiar with Precinct 6, I have the Weldon building. And there are a number of seniors who have, varying degrees of circumstances that make them more or less mobile. And people are really concerned that by cutting off the street between the City Common and Court Square, we lose that parking spot where someone can park for 15 minutes and run in and pay their water bill, pay their taxes, or if they need to just get some information or something like that, that parking spot is gone. I know that there are also some concerns about fire hydrants and the access that our fire department is going to have to those fire hydrants. I was told that the closest one, when those are blocked off, is actually in front of Wilson's. I don't know if our fire chief is logged in. I tried to look at the participants, but sometimes it's difficult to tell who's here. So I don't know if he wants to weigh in on that. And another concern I have, and this is not something I can back up with any kind of fact. This is just a rumor that I want to put out there, and I'll make it very general just to not spread it around further. But I have heard a rumor that this is already kind of a foregone conclusion, that this is going to be permanent. If that's not true, I would rather not put out details because I don't want to be part of the rumor mill here at a public meeting. But it is something that has come to me from several different people. So, and again, these several different people could be talking to each other, and maybe this is something where we can bring it to light in a public meeting. And I'm going to leave it there because my other questions and comments are about another topic. And maybe I think that Councilor Stemple also wanted to weigh in specifically on Court Square.
Was that question addressed to anyone?
Okay, yeah, let's take care of the rumor first, and we'll do Councilor Hirschfeld and then Stemple. Yep.
Did you want someone to speak to that?
Yeah, and I don't necessarily know who would have information on that. I've just heard that people are already talking about digging up the street, laying. I mean, I'm a blue collar union person, and most of my friends are also. So those are the folks that I talk to, and I've heard some folks talking about the idea of there being work in Greenfield coming up.
So a rumor is a rumor.
Mm-hmm.
And we know what they are, and I appreciate that even though you brought it up in a public meeting as a rumor, that you don't want to continue it. So I can tell you that a pilot is exactly that. It is not a permanent plan. There are no permanent plans. I think I answered that question with Councilor Gwynn when I said we have a plan in place that if we should decide to get the funding for it and put it forward, it would be done in the usual way that we do everything, whether it's the master plan, whether it was the original Court Square plan. There will be plenty of public participation. We have no plans to dig up anything now or in the near future. And as far as the fire department, they met with us, as did the police department. They signed off on the way that it is set up now. They have access to everything that they need should we have an emergency. Everything that is there is quite movable. They are aware of it. And with regard to constituents who have accessibility and mobility issues, we're very cognizant of that. In the parking lot at the rear of the building, we have 4 handicap accessible areas. We did mark off the amount of feet it was from, say, the front of the building to the drop box or to the side door, which is handicap accessible. It is a matter of very few feet difference from the handicap space or the 15-minute parking spaces. There are free parking spaces at the back of the building, 30-minute free parking spaces. There is ample parking at the back of the building. It is change, it is different. And we are doing our best to make sure that people have the information that they need. We get calls daily on it. Once we tell people what the accessibility is, as a general rule, they have been pretty happy with it. I will say that, well, I forgot what it was, but it had to do with the parking thing. But we get the same calls that, and maybe some of them are your constituents, but we certainly have the ability to address their needs from the parking lot in the back.
Okay, that's good to know. So forgive me if you already mentioned this date, but at what point are we going to make a decision on whether or not this pilot has been successful or if it's something we want to revisit?
I don't believe there is a date set. There is a date set for the end of the pilot, and I believe I think it's when the farmers market closes or very near there. Keep in mind, the farmers market blocks off every Saturday. This isn't all that new. It's just that it is every day of the week now, and people are out there, they're enjoying it.
Right.
I watch from my window on a regular basis.
Thank you. So President Ricketts, I'm willing to yield some time because my questions are on a completely different topic, and I know other councilors.
Yep, I'll come back to you. Let me just do Councilor Hirschfeld, Stempo, DeSorga, and Elmer, and then I'll come back to you, and then to Councilor Forgy again. So, Councilor,
can you add me, Chair? Can you add me to the list?
I had actually.
Councilor Hirschfeld, go ahead.
Yes, I had a question for Director Warner. Actually, 2 questions. One was whether the Natchez Mill Dam was damaged, and if so, how bad is it from the debris? I noticed the extremely large trees that were brought out. One question. And the other is if there's the problem with West Street with the construction, the needed construction with sewer and water on West Street and the other streets involved. I wondered if there's a better process for communicating where people should park so they don't get locked in by the construction. It would be really helpful if people knew exactly when things were happening and where they should be parking their vehicles.
Okay, so the first question, the dam, we are still battling the debris in front of the dam from these heavy rains. The difficulty has been getting the water to recede so we can get in closer each day and pull the debris. I personally, in many dam jams, if you would like to call it, this is probably one of the worst, the way everything's intertwined and the large debris that's twisted up in there. I've been down there since Sunday morning, daily. There's no visible damage at all to the dam boards or the bridge or dam abutments itself. So I think that's helpful in that regard. So as far as the West Street project, as we know, that was a CDBG project. We're administering it through our engineering department. It's to my knowledge, when it was bid out, we did the pre-construction, that the contractor was supposed to be in constant communication and or our engineering department with the folks that live on West Street, especially if we're going to be in front of their driveways or blocking them in. So to answer your question, I am thinking that's been being done, but I will follow up on that tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Director Warner. I don't know if you know, but all of us as counselors received an email saying that they have not had communication about anything going on in West Street. So I'll just forward that email to you when this meeting's done. So
Okay.
maybe you can take it from there, okay?
Okay, thank you. I know we were supposed to get door tags out when the project started, and there was supposed to be a communication process. We've planned that since last fall, I believe. So I will make sure that I will look into that, and whatever is coming up short is corrected.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Counselor Stemple, Ray.
Thank you. I had originally was going to piggyback on a different topic, but I do have a few other things.
Okay,
So
please.
first, the bank. Thank you, President Ricketts. So first, for Bank Row, I've had the pleasure of following this project since the beginnings of serving this council, and so there's been ample public input, and I think for the EDC, and I think several times on this call, the mayor and Chief of Staff Letourneau, there's been expressed that feedback is welcome and desired along the way. So I want to thank you to Sandy Thomas for providing us some constructive feedback, actionable items that we can consider. It was very well articulated, and that's exactly what we're looking for. And so I just wanted to address Councillor Gwynn's concerns about that. And I think it's not fair, whether it's the city or somewhere else, where we try to make changes and some people, and I don't want to say that people are not paying attention or whatever, because that's not true. I know that not everybody has time to tune into meetings, but to come forward and say that there hasn't been any feedback loop is absolutely not fair. We've been pausing on this for quite some time, and I know that the business owners downtown are super appreciative of having gathering space, because that's what we need downtown, is foot traffic. So I just wanted to address the fact that, to say that there's been no feedback loop. I know that newer counselors serving on this council think that that's true. It's absolutely not true, and it's not fair to come accusing anyone of that. Next, I wanted to also address the garage, and we've all seen these, I'll call them watchdog emails from folks that are like, I talked about the garage and nothing's been done. We addressed what I learned from that meeting from both Director Warner as well as the mayor, is that this isn't a one and done situation. This is cyclical. So yes, it was cleaned up, and then it's going to keep happening until, unfortunately, the economic environment changes, and that's not really something that we have control over. So asking the public for appreciation. I see DPW doing all sorts of projects on top of this one, water meter replacements. I'm pretty sure that they're repairing my neighbor's sewer access right now. They're just so, asking somebody to deal with waste is just be above and beyond what they're supposed to do. So I just wanted to piggyback on that conversation with just nothing but no questions. And I know Councilor President Ricketts that this isn't customary, but I just want to, and I know that you'll agree, I have nothing to say but thank you as we try to maintain the situation. And to, I used the garage for the 60th anniversary, and it was spotless. So I had a positive experience. I know that people are there working, doing really gross things to keep the people of Greenfield safe. So thank you. And lastly, a different topic. I also want to thank the DPW and public safety for this has been like a year's process of trying to decide how to address speeding in the downtown. We have found that radar signs work. So I want to thank you for doing your best on top of everything else to rotate those radar signs. My question is for the mayor in terms of I want to support public safety and DPW. It takes time. And I know that you even had to reprogram the sign because the speed limit on the north side of Conway is different than where it was before. I didn't even want to knock on your door and say, hey, by the way, it's saying you're going, like, I liked it. It was like, oh, you're going 24. Thank you. 25, too fast. I was like, oh, the sign right below it says different, but I love 25. Mayor, is there any way, or do we have a budget? Is there some money that we can get? I don't know how much these rotatable radar signs cost, but I'd be really happy to support for next year's capital budget. Some more of these signs. I posted a thank you with an image of the sign on Conway Street, and it was a triggering post because I just saw so many people are like, we need one on Maple Street, and I totally agree. They're going over the mountain, and there's no adherence to the families that live there. We have a lot of downtown corridor. Silver Street, I was just at my friend's house right at the intersection on Silver Street, and like people love after stoplights to just exert all full like vroom, and like I must have been there for 30 minutes. And I was like, wow. And she's like, yeah, like I'd love one of those signs. So like everyone, it's like a simple fix that works. I don't know how much they cost, but by all means, like take whatever's left in my training budget, like take all of my council money, like do whatever you need to do. I just know that there's an appetite for more of these. And I think it's a real opportunity to say that we're investing in the safety of our neighbors. And even if you're a guest here in our city, we care about your safety too. And we really want you to be mindful of what you do when you're here in your vehicle.
Right.
So if I may answer that question, I was actually delighted to see that because I hadn't seen one yet. So thank you for posting that. My recollection in the capital budget is they were purchased through the police department capital budget. They are, I believe the DPW is charged with locating them here and there and rotating them here and there. Marlo can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't have instant recall of how many. It may have been only one, it may have been two, but keep that in mind when you review the police department capital budget in total for FY23.
I think was it a partnership, Marlo, between your department and the police department?
Yes, between DPW and the police department, you'd be amazed how many speeding complaints we get in the DPW because we take care of speed limit signs. So the combination of enforcement of speeding, so on and so forth, the police chief and I kind of teamed up. He needed a mobile trailer that he could have multiple uses on. So he uses that as a one-way speed warning. And under my traffic safety improvements plan, where I did some RFBs on some crosswalks, I added in both those speed radar signs. Yeah. So I'm working back and forth with the police department to move these things around. We're making lists. They're long. We don't like to keep them in one place too long of time because it becomes white noise, as we all know.
Right.
Yes, we had a few more. I mean, we have so many complaints on a daily basis, even on side streets, that my two mobile are real easy to move around. We just have to have a speed limit sign that we can mount it to the top of. So, yes, it's the police chief and I did get together on that. We're trying to make improvements for all.
Thank you so much.
I love the collaboration. Thank you all.
Yep. And while I have Councilor Stemple Ray and the mayor on at the same time, I just want to take one moment and then I'll get back into Councilor DeSorga and Councilor Elmer. So as the mayor spoke at the top about last night's vaccination clinic, we had many of all of our elected representatives from the state there. And I just want to right now have Councilor Stemple Ray share what she did on behalf of City Council.
And I first, President Ricketts, just have to thank you. I was on maternity leave with an infant, so I wasn't actually able to physically volunteer. And so I know President Ricketts was there knocking at the door, how can I help? And so President Ricketts' example, I guess, amplifies the effect that the people of Greenfield and Franklin County have when we have a problem. Nevertheless, it is a global pandemic. And so as I served during a mess of the presidency last year, it just felt right and it felt really meaningful to present something permanent that we can look at and reflect on for years to come at the center where the Greenfield Vaccination Clinic was held. So last night at the appreciation event, we used leftover funds from the City Council to commission a plaque honoring those who stepped up to the plate in both Greenfield, employees, citizens of Greenfield and Franklin County alike, to amidst fear, amidst not knowing what's going on, the uncertainty of a pandemic, to still roll up their sleeves and say, we're not afraid because we're here for each other. And so we were able to present them with a City Council award in the form of a beautiful plaque. Rusty Wilkinson did an amazing job.
Very amazing. Mm-hmm.
It's beautiful, and it will hang at the John Zahn Community Center in honor of those who vaccinated over 17,000 people from across the state. I think my favorite story among so many was that I believe it was one of the co-owners of the Red Sox was vaccinated in Greenfield.
Yep.
And he was just so appreciative. And I know some folks got pictures with him. I wouldn't know who he was if I saw him on the street, but he was just so appreciative. And I know that so many more, and you don't have to be the owner of the Red Sox to matter, but so many people from across the state found some safety and comfort in Green. I just heard so many wonderful stories about how I think the story that stuck out the most was a woman from the Cape came to get her second shot in Greenfield, drove all the way from the Cape. It was heartbroken and crushed to learn that it wasn't the same shot that she received on the Cape. And the people of this vaccination clinic in Greenfield, which I'm not surprised, spent their day on the phone trying to secure her the right second shot for her, which happened to be on her way home on the other side of the state. And so by all means, there's photos of the plaque online, and this all of those people. And I know not everybody could attend last night, but something that our kids and their kids, when they go and hang out at the community center, because we all know that that's the coolest place to be. It's a beautiful building. That they'll be able to look at it and remember, hopefully with a smile, that the people of Franklin County and Greenfield band together to solve problems.
Yeah. So thank you again. Didn't think it's possible that I could still get choked up about this because Councilor Stemple brought this up like some months ago, and we were trying to get it on a couple council meetings, and then I was so scared when I found out we were going to go back online, and I'm like, no, we cannot do this by WebEx. It'll lose everything because it's that beautiful. So I was so glad that Councilor Stemple was able to come out last night and present it in person. And so again, thank you so much on behalf of all the rest of council. So let's Councilor DeSorga, and then Councilor Elmer, Councilor Gwynn, Councilor Forgy. I bet you all thought I forgot. Okay, go ahead.
I never thought you forgot.
Okay.
and thank you both. Thank you both for last night. Those of us that were volunteered that were serving on Ways and Means weren't able to be there, but it looked like an absolutely beautiful gathering of wonderful folks. So I have two questions for the mayor.
Okay.
For Would you be willing to send any plans on Court Square over to the Commission on Disability Access? Because we now generally weigh in along with the police and fire department on any plans. That's been a change since 2017, actually. So Mayor, I wondered if you'd be willing to send those over to us before anything was done on the permanent line. We generally weigh in on any buildings or any changes that are made.
I certainly would. As I mentioned before, that will be a very much of a public process.
Thank you. And secondly, this was kind of a comment, and this came out of last night's discussion from us. There are several categories, as you well know, that those ARPA funds can be used in, but where we were talking about the parking garage and the bathrooms, and I have concerns also about DPW and hazardous material. Just to put in a pitch for that Portland Loo. Those are handicap accessible, they're graffiti proof, and they tie into the sewer, which I've read through this, the way I'm reading through it, that would be something, a public health need would be something that perhaps the funding could be used for. And it sounds like a win-win-win all around, and disease preventing and
safe.
in need of the people. So
certainly, luckily, it does fall under the category of public health.
Thank you.
Okay.
And safety, for that matter.
Great.
Councilor DeSorger, do you have a follow-up, or are you? Thank you so much. Councilor Elmer.
Yeah, I was also going to ask the mayor about poop. Last month, when you described the situation as a health crisis, it was suggested that maybe we put out some porta potties, that people were maybe relieving themselves in public because there weren't enough public toilets. I haven't seen a lot of porta potties pop up in the last month. I did find roughly 50 of them stacked in the industrial park owned by Carson's Cans. I wondered if you considered getting that while we look at the Portland Loos, which are way more expensive.
Carson's Cans is a supplier to us. They had porta potties at the Energy Park. They had potties, I think, at a couple of ball fields. Health Director Hoffman is in regular contact. I can't recall the man's name at the moment with him. Part of the issue is the way in which they're used by a significant number of people. If all you're doing is relieving yourself because you have that need and you use the porta cans properly, then there is no issue. The issue at the Energy Park in particular was they were being used for everything but what they were there for. They were being used as trash cans. They were being used as needle drops. They were being used as yes, I mean, instead of going where you should, they were going on the floor. So when it was too full of trash. So as somebody who owns property, as in the owner of Carson's Cans, he was very concerned about that. So we have to acknowledge the concerns of the vendors that do work with us. So it's not a matter of not having people. We have 2 suppliers. It's not a matter of having or contacting people. It's a matter of whether they want to continue to do business under those circumstances, given their health and their own health and safety.
Can I follow up?
Yes, please.
Well, there's a lot wrong with porta potties. All the things you say are true. They're also used for shooting up. You can open a porta potty and find a dead person who's overdosed. But they do have the advantage of containing what's going to happen anyway in a box that can be removed and cleaned. It's unsanitary on the inside, but it's a more sanitary way of dealing with the problem than having people shoot up in the park, defecate in the park, and so on. So if our contractor doesn't want to deal with sharps, we might consider finding a contractor who does. I'm sure there are some. Anyway, thank you for listening.
Thank you. So Councillor Gwynn and then Councillor Forgy.
Yep. President Ricketts, I just, obviously there was some concern on a few things I said, and I just want to make sure that maybe I should have talked in specifics. I try to be broad and not get into specifics, but obviously they're needed. When I talked about the process of the change over at Court Square, I was not trying to criticize anyways. I asked what the process was because I've been being told for 2 weeks that there wasn't one, when in fact I knew there was some process. So sometimes I ask questions that I might know the answer to, but I want clarification on that. So it gives the mayor the opportunity to bring us up to date, or MJ, or someone to tell us what's going on. So when business owners do reach out to me, which did happen, and I had people talk about fire safety, exactly what Councillor Gilmore said. I had people call me about ADA. I didn't pull this stuff out of the air. These were things that came, and I asked what the process was because I wanted to reiterate that there was a process and maybe we should go back and look at it. Nor was I criticizing, and I wasn't looking for reasons to dislike the project. In fact, I didn't say whether I liked it or not. I asked what the process was. Second, on the parking garage, last meeting, I defended the difference between response and reoccurrence because I know that it reoccurs. And I was under the misinformation, which I wasn't going to dwell on, that I was told it was taken care of, and it was not. On that Sunday, I was told that it got taken care of. And as of our meeting on that Wednesday, it still hadn't been dealt with. I talked to Director Warner. He gave me the answer. I was happy, but at the time of that, it did not happen. And that's why I brought it up. I was told one thing and it didn't happen. Has it happened since? I believe it did. I believe it did very well. And I will go back to the thing that if it happens today and someone does it tomorrow, that's reoccurrence. People were saying they were calling and they weren't responding. Our DPW always responds, and that was my point. And if it reoccurs, in that specific situation, the response was not correct. The response was someone looked at it and did nothing. And I'm not trying to, but that was where I was talking about that specific occurrence. I talked to Director Warner, and I was happy with his answer and response to that. In no way was I trying to make that. Also, I did some research on porta potties, and the problem with the porta potties, as the mayor just alluded to, and Councillor Elmer was talking about, and I had that same question. The problem is when people put trash in them and sharps, as he mentioned, it's the pumping. When they go in to pump those out, it damages their equipment. Their pump truck then blows for the day. They're done. They got to go back and get it fixed because that debris is not meant to be pumped out in the same way. And that's what the mayor, I believe, was bringing up. So when we say that it's not, they're throwing it in the toilet. His staff goes in there and tries to take it out. It ends up messing up the equipment. They don't want the responsibility or the cost for what they're getting out of having one porta potty in a situation like that, and what it ends up costing them in the long run to repair it, replace it, it's just not a good business proposition. So that was just a piece on that. Once again, the process of the downtown was just that. I was just trying to reaffirm that there was a process, we'd be following it again, and the people that were caught off guard could only be a situation that they weren't up to date that it was going to happen since it was discussed originally. Thank you, President Ricketts.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let me just slip down to Councilor Gilmore, go back up to Councilor 4G, and then I'll speak only if everyone is done. So, Councilor Gilmore, go ahead.
Actually, come back to me in just a moment.
Okay, then Councilor 4G.
Thank you again. I'm sorry I can't see everybody. Mayor, there's an item on our agenda tonight for 382 Deerfield Street, which is the site of the GMTA garage. I am really confused about all of this, and I have some specific questions, but I just wanted to say that I was the mayor when GMTA and FRTA merged, and Stanley Rosenberg and mediators from Boston were involved in this. And I know that this is a confusing quasi-governmental agency piece. So what my questions are as follows. The order is that Greenfield Town Council authorizes GMTA to sell. My question is, GMTA is Greenfield, it's also Montague. What is going on with Montague at this point? We can only authorize Greenfield side. What is Montague doing?
Each community has to, whoever is their body has to authorize that sale. So in the case of Montague, it would be the Board of Selectmen. Early on, and you're right.
Yeah.
I think in one of the first emails I might have sent around about GMTA, I said actually, Councilor Forte may have actually more insight into this than I do. So
trust me, I don't.
Glad you fessed up a little bit there. The GMTA was created when there was no FRTA, and
Right.
I honestly, it is a little vague, even though there's thick files in both my office, left over from Mayor Martin and possibly you. And yes, there's some documents in there also signed off by you on how it became formed. But it was at one point a transportation authority, Greenfield Montague Transportation Authority, that eventually morphed into or merged into the Franklin Regional Transit Authority. It was never dissolved at the time because the Franklin Regional, this is my understanding as I read through the documents, it was never dissolved when that happened because we Greenfield and Montague, Greenfield and Montague still had control of the building that they were using for their garage, which is the building on, I think it's 382 here. And it is leased by FRTA from both, well, the city of Greenfield has the controlling interest, 70%. So I'm going to say it's leased from the city of Greenfield. What is going on in Montague? Early on, I immediately called Steve Ellis, their town manager, to find out what he knew and what we might do at the point in time when the FRTA moved from out of the garage and so forth. So we began the process of trying to determine what the best course of action would be. And the best course of action, I have to tell you, that building is in terrible shape. I certainly don't think the city of Greenfield should be putting any money into it. It's got a very bad roof that needs to be replaced. It is separating from the foundation. It would be an enormous expense, I believe, to do it. So back to your question, to repair it. Back to, and the town of Montague, from my understanding from Steve, who had already talked to the Board of Selectmen, or in almost simultaneously with me, had reached out to the Board of Selectmen to say, are you the authorizing authority? They said they were. They were happy to join with the city of Greenfield in selling that building at some point in time when the time came. That was several months ago. I want to say it was late spring, might have been March, early spring, when I contacted him. The process, as you know, is long here.
Yeah.
I needed to find out a lot more about the GMTA and what our real role was. The board, and we were down a member. That's why you appointed Danny. So that they needed to have a quorum, and they needed to have the balance. They needed to have the 2 people from Montague and the 2 people from Greenfield on the board before we could do anything. So what we're doing, what I'd like to say you're doing this evening, is clearing the path for us to determine what the next best course of action would be. We have had some interest in the building from what I would call a qualified buyer. But we would have to go through the in this case, it would probably be an invitation. We have to go through the procurement processes, as Marlo mentioned earlier. We can't just pick someone and say, yes, you can buy this property. We do have to send out a request for a proposal, or request for quote, or an invitation to bid. And there's advantages to each of those. In this case, I think because of the condition of the building, an invitation to bid, which is similar to an auction, but not really. We don't have an auctioneer come and auction it off. But that remains to be seen, because we need permission to even go down that course. So that's what you're doing this evening.
To your knowledge, Mayor, has the Board of Selectmen approved this?
I don't know that for a fact.
Okay.
I haven't talked to Steve recently to see if he's moving along in concert with me. I could certainly do that, and I'd be happy to fill the council in on that. I do know that the time that I did reach out to him and call and say, what do you think we're going to be doing with this building now that we know that the FRTA is moving into their new building a lot sooner than they thought they would be? And he said, well, my memory of the process is this Board of Selectmen has to approve it. Let me check with them and see if they have any issues with that. He did. They did not have an issue with it. But that was not a formal vote. That was a conversation he had with a couple of the people on the Board of Selectmen.
Okay, so you mentioned also that Greenfield's interest is 70%, Montague is 30%. So this building gets sold, then my assumption is that Greenfield gets 70% of the selling price and 30% goes to Montague. Is that a fair statement?
I think it is, yes.
Okay. Also, one other question I have. What currently, what exists right now, from what I think I understand, is that the GMTA is renting the building to the FRTA. So the money that FRTA is sending goes into GMTA's coffers.
Yes, I believe that is the case. Angelica DeRocher, the accountant for the city, and she is also a member. She's the accountant on that board. And I believe that is what she said. It goes into the GMTA coffers. I assume there will be I mean, I don't think there would be a need for the GMTA after the FRTA moves in, and therefore we could dissolve it. And I don't honestly have the ability to know what would happen to that money. I just don't have the finance. You know, there's all these rules around how you divide up the finances.
Right.
And so that's certainly, I mean, Liz is on here. I don't know if she wants to try to take a stab at answering that question for you, but you know, we certainly wouldn't do it without knowing what the right process for taking that money and doing something with it.
I have two more follow-ups, if I may, please.
Mhm.
What
Yeah.
has FRTA been able to weigh in on this?
I don't know what you mean by that. I guess I need a little more. I mean, they
Oh, okay.
notified me.
So,
They know. Let me just tell you, Eric Borog is the chair of the FRTA advisory board, and he did just discuss it at an FRTA meeting. They only meet maybe 3 to 4 times a year, so the
yeah,
last one was a couple of months ago.
right.
And they did acknowledge that they would be moving and that they would no longer need that building. And I think that's the extent to which they are allowed to weigh in, really. I mean, they'll stop paying the lease. We'll figure out how that, you know, how we separate, and they'll go on into their own building.
Okay.
I've heard some interest, if I may address this. This is not the FRTA choosing to leave Greenfield because they don't like Greenfield.
Oh, yeah, I
This
get
is
it.
the FRTA planning to move to a place that they knew that they could move to. In other words, they looked in Greenfield for spaces that they could afford. They found one in Turner's. They are bound, you know, they're the Franklin Regional Transit Authority, and they were able to move anywhere they wanted, but they wanted to be near their 2 hubs that they supply the most transportation to.
So, my final question, if I could,
Yeah.
the way I think everything was presented last meeting, I heard that, I know FRTA is working on this project, and and you did say there's a prospective buyer in the picture at this point. There is also a time frame before FRTA has the garage done. So if GMTA agrees to sell to a potential buyer, then what happens to the leasing agreement that exists between FRTA and the new buyer or owner of the property?
Well, I honestly don't know the process there. I will admit ignorance, and it's something that I am investigating.
Okay.
As I say, I am waiting for the actual permission to do that. I'm sure there is a process for absolving an organization like that.
I'm sure it's going to involve the state somewhere along the line as well.
Possibly.
So, yeah, you probably have to get your senator involved or
And they may be moved by the time that that gets done.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mayor. I appreciate it. It's not an easy organization to kind of get your mind around and everything else. But I do appreciate you taking the time this evening. And I'm going to be quiet now and have no more questions for the mayor.
Okay. Thank you, but great questions. Councilor Gilmore, are you ready or you?
Yeah, I'm ready. I just didn't want to jump my spot in line because I know I had mentioned that because you hadn't recognized me verbally, and I didn't want to cut. So I wanted to. So I have 2 questions. One is related to the parking garage, but before we go back to that, because I felt like we've spent a lot of time on that, I had someone call me this afternoon, and she asked me, and I know that the committee for the new fire station hasn't met in a long time. She was asking if the environmental inspections have been done at the new property at Main and Coombs, and she was also asking if a similar inspection was done for the library. And if this is a more appropriate question for Councilor Jarvis, I'd be happy to hear from him, whoever can answer it.
I can answer it. They are ongoing. They continue to be ongoing. I think if you paid any attention to the site, you know that the greenhouses are down. There are in our due diligence, the city's due diligence, there was discovery of some environmental issues that need to be taken care of by the owner. This is not terribly unusual, especially if you're buying property in Greenfield, whether it's a house or a commercial building. It's just that this happens to be a commercial building that is one of many businesses that has occurred there over centuries, really going way back. There's bound to be some environmental pollution, and the city of Greenfield was not going to buy a building in which we were taking responsibility for that environmental pollution. So that is what the due diligence process in the purchase and sale process is. Some was found, and it is now the owner's responsibility to take care of it, and they are meeting their responsibilities. But it was like a domino, I suppose. One thing had to happen before the other, because some of the pollution was found in the house that abuts the greenhouse. They needed to remove the greenhouses, and now they're in the two-family structures. It's my understanding that asbestos and stuff like that, other things that are in there, including the boilers and so forth, have been removed very recently. There are a couple of more steps that have to happen.
Okay, so I will say I have been paying attention and I have driven by. I would also like to say I go really far out of my way to be super polite at these meetings. And that will lead me into my next comments, which I think that Councilor Gwynn, my colleague, has been spot on in his comments earlier when he was saying that, we're asking these questions and we're looking for answers because we have constituents who call us. I have had so many phone calls just today. I was barely able to get my work done because I feel like I have to answer these calls, and people have some legitimate concerns about this stuff. And some of the people who are calling, they're not familiar with municipal finance. They don't understand all of our rules and procedures. They don't understand that we can't funnel this money to this, and I take the time and I try to explain it to them, but they're feeling very dismissed right now. I've had the two issues that have come up the most has been, the parking garage and the waste that's been found there. And I think that is juxtaposed with the Dan Quaid special. So I have a lot of people trying to conflate that money for this marketing piece and the announcement that there was this waste at the parking garage. And I know that, different monies come from different pots. So some of the concerns that I've been able to kind of like dive into with constituents when we start talking about needles in, porta potties and whether or not we can get, these Portland loos that Councilor DeSorger had mentioned, I don't believe that other communities don't have these problems. So I recognize that these companies don't necessarily want to, rent out their equipment to us knowing that it's going to come back in bad condition. I mean, that's just good business sense. But we're not the only community that has these problems, but they rent these out to other communities. And I think also one thing that's really colored these conversations is this assumption that all homeless people are using drugs in porta potties. And, there are plenty of people who have substance use disorders who live in homes, and they can do, quote unquote, I'm sorry, I'm not on video right now because my broadband's acting up, but air quotes, shooting up in their own bathroom, and we don't judge them. But if they're quote unquote shooting up in a public place, then we treat them like they're just trash and that that there's no value to that life. So I feel like we do have a responsibility to our community to make sure that this is a clean area where people feel safe and they can go there. They can use our parking garage. They can use Energy Park. But we have to address some of these other needs because we do have homeless folks in our community. And I'm not exactly sure what the answer is here to reconcile the two, but some of the themes that have come up when I've been talking to folks has been, well, why couldn't we have spent this money on this problem instead of having this marketing piece? And again, like I said, I know that, you know, marketing money is different than public safety money, but I feel like when we're sort of setting the budget at the beginning of the year where, you know, we've got kind of a blank slate, these are kinds of the kinds of concerns that people are bringing up to me. And I promised people I would ask these questions and bring this up. And if someone could provide some thoughts going forward, like, you know, Councilor Gwynn was talking about, it's one thing to, you know, see it, but what are we doing to address it? That's sort of what I would like to address here.
Okay.
President Ricketts, is that for me
Yes.
to address?
Yes, you may respond. Yes.
I was, I'm having a little trouble finding all the questions in that statement, but I think I can ferret out a couple of them. You're actually, running the city involves many different aspects. I think between the public health department, our health director, our community and economic development director, we do a great deal to take care of the homeless and to provide safe public access. We have worked with Tapestry to put out needle exchange boxes. MJ works tirelessly with organizations, whether it's ServiceNet or CSO, to handle issues that arise daily and weekly and seasonally for the homeless. The city of Greenfield does not. We do housing that could change in the future potentially, but it is the case now. So I think that issue is dealt with on an ongoing basis. The issue of public health and the sharps and the porta potties, these are things that occur in the daily life of a city, and we address them as we can. Until somebody brought to our attention what was happening in the parking garage, despite the fact that we're there daily, these things happen when we don't have eyes on the space. So keep in mind, the DPW is dealing with the budget that it is dealing with and the cuts that were given to the budget through the city council. They do have to do a lot of things, from taking care of our parking garage to taking care of our parks, to taking care of our sidewalks, to doing all of these things within the budget that we have. The parking garage has been an ongoing discussion in the mayor's office, not just the parking garage, but parking in general. We hope, certainly by the end of the year, to have a parking plan, a plan for dealing with the parking garage and other additional things related to parking in Greenfield. It's funny, the things that matter to people from time to time, and parking is a big one, and I don't think that's a secret in Greenfield. So with regard to the marketing piece, the other thing to keep in mind about Greenfield is we have a great community here, and the world needs to know about it. The world outside of Greenfield needs to know about it. I did answer most of these questions, Councilor Gilmore, because they were asked to me by President Ricketts about 3 weeks ago. I did send a point-by-point email to the councilors. I hope you had an opportunity to read it, as I hope all of the councilors did, because I explained in there that it is no secret that the city of Greenfield, particularly as it comes out of a recovery, in order to create the kind of economy that generates the kind of revenue that we have the ability to fund some of these very necessary services that the city needs to fund, and keep our taxes where they need to be. We need to be able to generate revenue. We need to be able to attract business. We need to be able to attract people to our downtown. It is separate from, we don't make our decisions on, do I spend marketing money to clean up the parking garage? I can't do that. And you're right, a lot of people, it's become fundamentally clear to me that a lot of people don't understand municipal finance, and I don't blame them. There are some basics to it, and I think that we need to certainly explain that better in ways that can be reached, that all of the community can understand. We were certainly planning to do that, and we ended up fighting a pandemic in 2020 instead. We've put together your FY22 budget, which you voted on, and we will go for it. We are certainly in the process of spending on that. I did explain that the money that was put forward for the video, and I do ask that you judge by the results, not by what you think, did not come off of the taxpayers of the city of Greenfield.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let me just go to Councilor Dolan, really, and then we'll come back if we need to.
So
Thank
this
you.
is a point of order.
Thank you.
It seems like the kind of back and forth that we're having with the mayor is atypical for this section of the council meeting. And it feels like it's bordering on deliberation on items that are not on the agenda. So I'd also just like to note we're 2 hours into the meeting at this point. There's a group of people waiting to give their feedback. So I would ask if councilors feel that they can, that they take some of these issues up with the mayor outside of the meeting.
Okay. Thank you. And I do respect your opinion. And we will be moving on. I just have to say that just in defense, it's just things that have happened recently. We have gotten a lot of pushback as counselors. And this is the time, this is the way that we can take care of this. And we don't want to do it behind closed doors or one-on-one. So I am sorry for all the public who has been waiting and stuff, but trust me, this is very important because I notice a lot of you that are even waiting. I have read your comments even online and stuff, so I know that these are lots of things that you're even talking about. So having said that, if councilors would all like to send any further questions to Tammy in the clerk's office and they're gathered, then we will get them forward to the mayor. And so during her time of sharing each month, or if we have to do a whole separate meeting so we can tackle some stuff, I do think it's important. I think what we're trying to do is respect the fact that we do have a strong mayoral form of government, but we also have checks and balances. And so we just want to make sure that we're playing our role, and we don't want to pick up the recorder and read something when we've been sitting at a meeting all night and we don't understand why we didn't know that. So it's valid on both sides. So I do want to thank Fernando Fleury and Nick Ring because I have invited them to this meeting tonight, and I wanted them to speak about IT and about meetings. So at this time, I would like both of them to come forward. I'm thinking, wow, if we were in person, one of you jump in, the other one dive in afterwards and kind of speak to us about what hybrid means, what everything means that we could or not, or we could not do at this point.
I'll jump first, Nick. That's fine. Okay. Thank you for inviting us to the meeting so that we can speak about different issues relating to the process, the equipment, and costs for virtual meetings. And I think you also asked about remote participation. So Nick and I and my team had met before this meeting to talk about what we could do if this became a reality after the pandemic rules around open meeting law relaxed. And we did meet a few times with Danny and Hope and looked at all the equipment. And we decided to sit back and wait a little bit because we don't know what state is going to do. That being said, once you contacted us about what the possibilities are, we did a more in-depth, took a more in-depth look at what we have. And some of the things that we wanted to do was to be able to leverage our current TV studio equipment at John's On, and be able to use that with any new equipment that we will need to buy in order to enable remote participation. So we did that. We spent some time taking a look at different settings. And the other thing that we really wanted to do as well was be able to, because there are challenges. There are different challenges that could happen around staffing, who could operate the equipment. So one of the goals that we wanted to do was to be able to go from production to autonomous meetings, meaning production is when GCTV is present, able to stream live the show, and for the big city council meetings, and autonomous being when GCTV is not there to really able to manage all that equipment, but you still want to be able to have the remote participation at a much easier level. So maybe a couple clicks of a button, you know, that's what we're trying to do. If we want to do that, we want to be able to make it as easy as possible for somebody who's not an AV or studio expert to use. So we did get together and we put a budget as to what ballpark budget as to what it would cost to be able to implement a system like that. And after we looked at what we had, right now, our switcher, which is where everything aggregates for the sound, the video, everything comes into that place. It's not big enough to accommodate remote participation. We would need to upgrade that and add additional equipment in order to make a Zoom room. And the ballpark figure for that is about $22,000, $23,000. There are some concerns around that for me because I don't have that in my budget. Obviously, we don't have that in there. There's also, if you were to have a question about how fast it can happen, right now there's a supply chain issue because everyone wants this right now. It's really hard to get. I actually ordered equipment for the City Hall upstairs room in order to make that into a Zoom room, and which it's been almost 2 months. We still don't have the equipment for that. It's a large demand. So with that being said, I'm open to answer any questions that you might have.
Yes. Before I open it to counselors, I just want to make sure we're all thinking the same. When you say remote participation, I think what some counselors are talking about, and I just want to make sure, is that, say, like out of the 13 of us, 8 of us can make it to John's On and we're there. Well, the other 4 people, if they're in their homes and they want to get on WebEx, we can all be in the same meeting. hybrid.
Right. Okay, yeah, so I should have deliberated a little bit more on remote participation. Hybrid meetings and remote participation are different, right?
Yes, they are. Yes.
Yeah, the equipment that would allow hybrid meetings would also allow you to be able to have remote participation. The law, 940 CMR 2910 allows us to be able to use video equipment as well as audio and internet to allow for remote participation. But there are some guidelines as to when to use it. It's meant to be used when only if physical attendance to a meeting would be unreasonably difficult. I think that was what the actual paragraph said when I read it. So it's a little different.
Okay. Like currently right now, our city council is, we opted out of remote participation. So one of the first things we'd have to do is vote to put it back on the table if we decided to go that way. And while you're talking about Zoom rooms, which I never heard of till tonight, does that also mean we'd get rid of WebEx and actually have Zoom?
I would move away from one platform and just into Zoom. I really would not want to have to run to different platforms.
Right.
Yes, that's what I would suggest or recommend.
Okay. Let me open it up to counselors who know what they're asking and what they're saying. Okay.
Sure.
You could just.
Annie?
Yes.
This is Doug.
Okay, go ahead.
This is a question for Fernando.
Okay.
Okay.
Fernando, you may, and maybe other counselors and the mayor may already know this. There has not been a state of emergency quoted by the governor yet, but as of today, the virus has spread to all 50 states. The next level, the variant. So they anticipate that being a huge problem. With 40% of the population not being vaccinated, and we may find ourselves having to go back to WebEx or Zoom or whatever we choose to do for the safety of the public and ourselves. So that's not very far away. They just announced that 50 states today have the variant, and that's only going to grow. So I think we have to keep that in mind as we go forward, is that we haven't had a state of emergency yet, but that doesn't mean that it won't be around the corner as this variant progresses.
Okay, thank you so much. Nick, do you want to add anything for all of this? Sorry, I keep looking away, but it's easier for me to see all the counselors if I watch it on my television. So,
no worries. Glad that you can watch it on your television. So, yeah, I think Fernando and I have spoken about this in some detail, and he's very comfortable on this. Anything I can add from our end, I'd be happy to. I think one of the interesting challenges is how there's integrating it into the system as it stands, and then there's also the challenge of sort of dual modes of both where GCTV is covering the meetings that we cover, being in there with crew and doing a fairly detailed coverage, and the distinction between that and a meeting that, like another committee meeting or something that we're not covering. And so the challenge of having equipment that can serve both of those needs and how those integrate together is interesting.
Thank you for making it sound very nice.
It's a fun
I
project
didn't
for us.
hear that it was possible though.
Right.
It is possible, and the challenge is,
Okay.
you know, it's a question of purchasing equipment and doing the AV integration work to make it all align.
I mean, I would think that it would have to be, you know, a Board of Health issue as well, because, you know, that would be involved because it's you know, a health issue with a lot of components to it, and it's growing, and it's that much more stronger than what we just went through for the last year and a quarter. So I just want to be prepared that we can still do the business of the town, and without it being as much as we loved it last time, and seeing each other after for so long, it may mean that us going back to Zoom until
Right.
they figure out the variant.
Right. Okay. We don't start it again, but yep, I
Okay.
understand. Okay. So let
Okay.
me do Councilor Gilmore and Councilor Wheeler.
Okay.
I don't know if this question is more appropriate for Nick or for Fernando, but I watched the most recent, well, maybe it wasn't the most recent, but I watched the school committee meeting where they were voting on the new superintendent, and that was a hybrid meeting. And I know we've been talking about this in terms of counselors being able to participate, or perhaps city council or school committee members, but what about having the public be able to participate in a hybrid format? Because I know that we have some folks that have reached out to me on both sides where they say, I don't have internet at home, I don't have a computer, I'm not computer savvy, and I'd like to be in person. There are other people who work out of town and have to punch a clock, so they can't just leave when they feel like leaving. And maybe they're not home in time to come to a city council meeting, and they'd like to participate in our city government. So is it possible to have constituents weigh in during public comment in a hybrid format?
Yes, that's the beauty of having a hybrid solution, that you would be able to still conduct the meeting that way. Right, Nick?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. And Councilor Wheeler.
Thank you. So I do this for work. I've set up Northfield and I've set up Pioneer Regional High School for hybrid meetings. You can jerry rig it or you can do it at a cost. Personally, I think the investment for Greenfield to have meetings that are unmanned would be extremely high. But to do hybrid in a way that GCTV can cover it is not that hard. I think, as Fernando and maybe Nick alluded to, the equipment that's there now is probably not the right equipment to do it. So the cost would be kind of almost as if you were starting from scratch. A couple things about the setup at the Johnson. The cameras need to be replaced or repaired. And they need to be installed permanently. So my question is, why aren't we using MEMA funds, pandemic relief funds, to make hybrid meetings possible?
I don't think I can answer that question, Counselor.
Okay, so
great question.
But as far as the equipment being replaced, yeah, we actually are lucky that as you're very familiar with this, we were able to use some CARES fund to upgrade our Dante audio equipment, and we'll be able to use that. So that is right there is a savings of at least $30,000, right? We'll be able to we can use our cameras if we are able to get converters to make them talk to the new switcher. So the big thing for us really it's the switcher. That's the big ticket item. Then the other bigger ticket items are like we have to add a large TV so that we could see the audience outside of the room.
Okay.
I do want to mention one thing that Otis mentioned is the cameras in there. And there are some issues with the cameras that are in there. But one of the things that in Fernando and I talking and how to sort of minimize some of the impact of this is putting converters between the camera and the switcher system that the feed goes through rather than replacing the cameras themselves, which saves some money. But depending on where this money comes from, it may be worth considering replacing the cameras so you're not hodging the system together a bit.
Yes, we were actually trying to save as much money as possible. But yeah, if I was given the budget, I would replace a lot of it.
Madam Clerk?
So yes, I did want to mention that the mayor had her hand up at one moment.
Oh, I didn't.
But I also, no, that's okay. I also wanted to remind everyone that the conversation is centering about the John Donne Center. Whatever would be available for hybrid would be strictly for the John Donne Center. It's not something that the council would be able to move. For example, if you wanted to have a larger meeting at the Greenfield High School, either the cafeteria or the auditorium, each location would need their own equipment. Either, if you're talking John Donne, you're talking strictly John Donne. I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
Okay, thank you. Mayor.
I think Otis has asked a question with regard to FEMA and MEMA money, and I think he deserves an answer, and I think Liz might be ready to answer that question.
Okay. Yep. Is she writing the check right now? Okay.
I think so. I think I saw her pull out that other computer, so maybe.
Did. So this would not qualify for FEMA or MEMA. It needs to be one-on-one directing or addressing COVID, not the results of. For FEMA, I'm just talking about FEMA now. The last time Fernando and we have tried with CARES Act funds and we have done all your microphones. We got that through CARES, but we have to get that approved first. Okay, you can't just say, oh, it's going to be CARES. And the last time we tried to get something approved, I'm not saying we cannot try to get this approved, but the state was concerned about the length of time the pandemic that was left in the pandemic versus spending the cost now. We were looking at scanning software for telework. So, I mean, it does not mean that we cannot run it by them. The deadline, though, is September for CARES. And so they may not view very favorably upon this. I still say try, but I have a feeling they won't go for it. And the other option would be whether it could be considered a pay-go project. I don't know. You know, there's probably, you know, Councilor Gilmer talked about people saying, why don't you do this or that when you have funds? ARP is like this. There's going to be a million different ways of trying to figure out how to best utilize, you know, and it's up to the mayor with input from y'all. But it's certainly challenging times. But I will work with Fernando on that to get you an answer to that on CARES. And I think it is important for the WebEx to be in place because, you know, it may not just be a pandemic, you know, it could be a natural disaster. It could be a lot of different things, you know. And so we always should have backup plans.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You. Yeah.
I will, we're going to do a follow-up with Councilor Wheeler because I think he's going to write it all up for us and get us through it. So go ahead, Council Wheeler.
I have to respond to a bid for the town of Irving tomorrow, so I don't know if I'm going to get to that. But you guys will have to put out an RFQ if you want me to respond. But I was just going to say that the town of Northfield, and granted, the town of Northfield has the mountain to pay for things, but they did have me go through on their end with the expectation that the state would pay for it. Now, I haven't heard back if that came through or not. I don't know. They pulled the trigger, a little quicker than we do or should.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, we're not done with this. We will keep talking. So again, thank you, Fernando, and thank you, Nick. I'm glad you guys have a great relationship working together, and let's just see what's happening in the next coming months and what we can do. But thank you. We'll probably invite you one more time because you understand it the best. We just know what we want. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so public comment. So let me just do the list, okay? So Dave Lewis, Pamela Goodwin, Sue Gaffnick, Rachel Gordon, Catherine Golub, Ellen Thompson, and Don Moran. And if I forgot anyone, let me know. But why don't we go ahead and start with David Lewis? And thank you for your patience and welcome to the way city runs. Go ahead.
Okay, give us a second because I'm not used to coordinating a meeting in my living room.
Okay.
So we do have a handful that are from at my house here.
Okay.
So, okay, looks like we don't have any feedback and stuff, so I think he's ready to go.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
We, the undersigned citizens and taxpayers of Greenfield and surrounding areas, demand the barriers blocking the public road in front of Town Hall be removed immediately. These barriers inhibit the free flow of traffic and create a significant safety hazard, especially for Town Hall, Second Congregational Church, and McCarthy Funeral Home. Emergency vehicles such as fire trucks, ambulances, tow trucks, etc., would not be able to maneuver behind Veterans Mall on Newton Place. Furthermore, the access to parking spaces in front of the 5 thriving businesses on the west side of Bank Row is severely hampered. It is impossible to approach these 6 parking spots from Bank Row due to the uphill angle without driving illegally and dangerously against traffic. We also demand the removal of the no parking bonnets on the 2 parking meters on Main Street on the north side of the town common. Also, the restoration of the 7th parking meter space on the west side of Bank Row, which now has a no parking bonnet and a new yellow no parking stripes on the road. The 5 15-minute free parking spots on Court Square in front of Town Hall also are eliminated due to the barriers, increasing the difficulty of citizens, especially the elderly, handicapped, and infirm, to access Town Hall in order to pay taxes and conduct necessary related businesses. So, due to the installation of these barriers, a total of at least 8 parking spaces are eliminated when parking is already hard to find in town. The parking garage is located down the hill and could be utilized. However, many people are afraid to park there due to the used needles, trash, and human waste found there. It is also expensive and inaccessible to drivers with disability placards. In addition, it is counterproductive to spend $28,000 of taxpayer money for a 3-minute PCA to promote the town, making our town ugly with the sight of concrete barriers next to our beautiful town common. It is not a welcoming look and very unattractive to new businesses and visitors. Such disrespect and disregard for the citizens and taxpayers of Greenfield to put these unsightly barriers in the center of town without approval of notification is shameful. So far, we have over 35 signatures, and we're still collecting them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lewis. Could you please give me your address?
My address is 54 High Street, Greenfield, Weldon House.
Thank you so much. Pamela Goodwin, would you state your address and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Pamela Goodwin. I also live at the Weldon, 54 High Street. And I thank you for your time tonight. It's been a long sitting over here with 12 or more of us. I want you to know that I showed up at the Zahn building, think this was an in-person meeting. I was told that by a city councilor, and I was very unhappy to arrive there and be directed to go somewhere else. I could go to my house and watch it remotely. I would have been even later to it. So I am in favor of live meetings. I also am in favor of it making hybrid, so those that are impaired and elderly and working can also be involved in public government. As a person who walks all over town at my age, I want you to know that I'm also opposed to blocking off the pedestrian walkway. I stand for a very long period of time in all kinds of weather at the main intersection there. I also have decided I need to jaywalk over at the Walgreens because we all stop. The cars are wondering why I'm not walking. And we all stand there and sit with each other. They want me to walk, but the crosswalk tells me I cannot walk. So now I jaywalk and take my chances. I would recommend that somebody monitor that without spending a huge amount of money with some kind of a survey. I also want to say that when I am walking, I was utilizing the porta potty. And I have to go up 3 flights in the Weldon, and I was using the porta potty as other people were doing. One disappears, the sink disappears, then it gets locked up. So if we're going to have a porta potty and it's locked from everybody, then take the damn thing out, pardon my French, because we're spending money to no avail. In terms of parking, when I first arrived back to this city, because I was born here and taught in the area for many years, I tried to do the Park by Phone app because it's on every meter. Then I go and ask somebody about that, and they said, "Oh, we haven't implemented that. It's you can't do it. It's for later on." If it's for later on, the sign does not belong on any meter, especially when people are coming to the town and traveling. They don't need to stand there trying to figure out how to use this application on that, in my opinion. I'd be happy to help walk around and cover up that thing until people have actually implemented it. I am going to ask if people have ever sat down and had personal conversations with the homeless population. I have an affinity for the homeless. I would recommend that people have discussions, ongoing discussions, because like Councillor Gilmore said, we can't keep blaming them for everything and anything in the city of Greenfield. I am opposed to having sharks as a former CNA. They're dangerous. But on the other hand, you know, we can't just call them deplorables. I'll use that awful term that I think you know who used to speak of people like that. They are human beings. They need our help. I have spent many hours on the greening Greenfield and the homeless, housing the homeless. And I'm still waiting to figure out whether the mayor is going to have an ad hoc committee, because I almost joined that. But we, as far as I know, are hearing nothing about whether the mayor or anybody else in this town is trying to house affordable, the homeless or anybody else. We are desperate for housing, and we spent a lot of time, and I'm waiting to hear when I can get moving on this. I'm a member of Chapel. I'm a resident coordinator person that's been trained in Roxbury. I want to work with the elderly and the impaired. I have a lot of experience and expertise, and I'm sitting here going, when is my committee that I asked for going to get to work? Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Pamela. Susan Wagafnet, could you please give your address? You have the floor.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I know this has been a long meeting for all of you.
It's fine. We haven't even started yet, so go ahead.
I live at 45 Forest Avenue here in Greenfield. I just want to talk very quickly about the issues of transparency. First of all, on the ARPA funds, I do hope that we have a public process for that and hope that we can discuss things in categories and in a way that makes sense of it and not just, you got a lot of money, why can't we spend it? But to really understand what the money is available for and how we might use it. On the time of the starting of council meetings, I'm sitting here, it's almost 9:30. I know you've got a lot more things to do. I know these meetings are late, but when I was employed, having a meeting that started before 6:30 was absolutely impossible. And I know that's true for and I didn't have children to feed. So I'm concerned about the 6 o'clock start. I know it would be better for you. It would be better for me personally, but I understand that if we want to have the younger families that are moving into town involved in the process here, if we want to have people with children, we really need to think about the time that the meetings start. And the third thing is about hybrid meetings. It's along the same lines. It would give people who cannot leave their homes because they have small children or whatever, or people who are disabled and have difficulty leaving their homes to go to another building and then have to come back afterward, to be able to participate in the process. So I'm hoping that we can figure out some way to do hybrid meetings. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. Rachel Gordon, please give your address and the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Great. Rachel Gordon. I live on Eastern Ave in Precinct 2. Thank you for taking my comment. Thank you all for the work that you do. I'm really just going to echo Susan's comments. Two main things. I want to urge you to keep the start time of these meetings at 7 for the reasons that Susan mentioned. I can totally understand wanting to finish earlier by starting earlier, but I think that will really block a lot of people who just have other obligations and won't be able to make 6 o'clock meetings. And I think that's very concerning. When we want people to feel like they can run for office, they need to be able to feel like, they can meet the basic expectations of serving in that office, including being at meetings on time. So please vote to keep the meeting start times at 7. And the other issue that I wanted to comment on is the question of continuing remote meetings or some hybrid option. I also strongly support that. As a lot of you know, I used to attend a lot of council meetings in person to give public comments. I was happy to do that. I've been enormously grateful to be able to attend remotely and safely this past year, and I hope that we'll continue to be able to do so, particularly with cases rising again, COVID cases rising again in Massachusetts, and a lot of people who can't get the vaccine for various reasons, who struggle with having disabilities, who lack childcare and transportation and all of that. I think Councillor Gilmore made a great point about people who lack the broadband access to be able to attend remotely. So both options are good, I think, as long as it's safe. But I really hope that we will continue to have a way for at least the public to attend these meetings remotely and give comment remotely. And that we'll focus on, increasing and the ways for people to participate in local government. And we should be looking for ways to continue to increase participation rather than taking steps that will diminish participation. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and I hope you all aren't here too terribly late tonight.
Thank you so much. Catherine Golob, please give your address and the floor is yours.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Catherine Golob, 34 Glenbrook Drive, and just again echoing what many people have said tonight, asking you to please vote no on the earlier meeting, to please vote yes on the motion to stay remote for the time being, and also to consider having meeting access remotely for folks who cannot attend in person in perpetuity. I am so grateful for all the work that you all do, and this meeting is a case in point of a long meeting, and really recognizing how late you all stay up. And like Susan said, I get why we would want an earlier meeting. However, for parents and professionals who cannot attend, there's so many people who could not attend at 6 p.m. And I really believe that we have a responsibility as citizens and as representatives to ensure that meetings are as accessible as possible to the widest population as possible. And so, well, I am loath to ask you to do something that is not in the best interest, perhaps, of your sleep or your self-care. As representatives, I do ask you to do what is best for the democracy in this town, and to have the meeting stay at 7 o'clock. To keep the meetings remote for now, while I may be healthy to come in person, all of the counselors might be healthy to come in person. There are many immunocompromised people in our community who are not safe at this point to come in person. And I do believe that counselors, actually, it strengthens democracy to have you all in person so that we can talk to you in person, and there's a level of accountability there. We need to be able to have residents be able to participate, and for folks who are at higher risk, we need to have a remote option. And so to please vote yes on the motion to keep meetings remote for now, and also to consider, I really urge you to make that investment of making the remote access to meetings actually something that would continue for ongoing, because as Liz said, it could be a natural disaster, it could be a pandemic, but there are many people who are not able-bodied and have the privilege that we have to participate in public. So to please actually take this moment as an opportunity to expand democracy in our town, and access, and do that for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Helen Thompson, could you give your address, and you have the floor.
Who's next?
Who was next? We didn't hear that, sorry.
Helen Thompson.
Oh, Ellen Thomas? Yes, that's with us here. Yep, here she is.
I'd like to just remind the public servants that there is no statute of limitations under common law for fraud and theft, I guess, basically. You might keep that in mind.
What is your address, please?
High Street. 54 High Street.
Thank you so much. Was that it, Ellen?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know if I lost you. Thank you so much. Vern's son, could you give me, I'm sorry, Dawn Moran, your address, and then you have the floor.
Hi, Dawn Moran, 88 Hope Street. I wasn't actually planning on talking tonight, but after listening to some of these questions that were being asked and answers that I'm hearing, I couldn't help it. So first, I just want to say, after hearing that the mayor had closed the court square without any process, public process of, just making her own decision to do it, and then listening to her at the last meeting say that she had no idea how we got chosen for the well, she didn't call it a commercial then. We later found out that it was a commercial, and then we find out a few days later that it was actually something she decided on her own she was going to spend $28,000 on. Now we're hearing that the $5 million in COVID money is up to her discretion to spend. Seriously? You guys, the council, are supposed to be keeping her in check, and you're not doing a very good job of it. I'm sorry. I mean, I was hoping that when the councilors were voted in, that you guys would kind of be the checks and balances that Penny was talking about earlier, but I'm not seeing that right now. So please, the constituents need the counselors to start standing up for us taxpayers. Stop letting her have the road. And so that aside, speaking of the hybrid, I just sat here for I don't know how long you guys discussed buying this equipment for this and doing this and how are we going to make this hybrid happen. People like, oh my God, stop. Like seriously, you all have a laptop. Go to the in-person meetings like you always have. Put your freaking laptops in front of you and sign into a Zoom meeting. And if that way, the people that want to go, the people that are sitting in my living room right now, can be at the council meeting in person the way they prefer. And people like me, who's here with my grandson tonight, can pull up the Zoom meeting or whatever meeting and watch it as if I was there because you have your laptops in front of you. So even if public speaking, if you have a laptop or a Google Chrome, like all the high schoolers did, put it up at the table at the in-person meeting. And when person goes in person to talk, we can still see them on Zoom because they will still be there. It's not that hard. You all have a laptop. I'm looking at you all right now with a laptop in front of you. Bring it with you to the in-person meeting and put it in front of you. We don't need to spend another $22,000 in equipment for something that is right in front of you. Stop already. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. Vern's son, could you tell me your address? And you have the floor. Vern?
Okay, this is Vern, sorry.
Okay.
Vern Son, 81 Barton Road. Everybody should know me on the town council. I was on for 4 years. And I'm very disappointed the way things are going. Spending money, blocking off Court Square where handicapped people park. And I don't think the mayor's doing her job at all. And as far as going on for this $28,000, a whole lot of people in town of Greenfield think the mayor's wasting public money, even though it's in a special account. It all came from the taxpayers, and if we didn't put it in there, you wouldn't have it. Any money. Use the money to give the people that need it a raise. That work in the town hall and work their butts off.
Yeah, not just your administration
And it all belongs to the town, no matter what where you get the money, or from our taxes. So use it right. That's all I have to say. And I got a lot of feedback on a lot of things when I had town council, and I try to make it the way it should be.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sun. Is there anyone else at this time that would like to speak? Okay, seeing none, I just want to thank you all. Thank you for your patience, for waiting for public comment. Thank you, Nikki Sauber, very much. And let's move on to page 15 to the public hearing and second reading, and Councilor Forgy.
Thank you. Public hearing. In accordance with Home Rule Charter, the Greenfield City Council will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, July 21, 2021 at 7 p.m. at Johnson Community Center, 35 Pleasant Street, to receive public input on the following. I actually, point of order, Madam President, we are virtual, so I wonder how that language plays out in the posting notice for public hearing.
Okay, Madam Clerk and Will Roberts.
I'm sorry, I was muted. This is
Okay,
Kathy.
so on the public hearing, should she change that to read through the WebEx meeting and take out the John's on Community Center?
So she can acknowledge that the meeting is being run via WebEx and virtually.
I
Thank
think
you.
that's just without objection.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. So I will continue by saying that this meeting is being run virtually and it is being recorded and presented through WebEx. On to the motion. Repurpose $20,431.92 from previous authorization fiscal year 19-122 from the repair of Green River Road to paving Mackin Avenue. The City Council may consider the same on Wednesday, July 21, 2021 at 7 p.m. at Johnson Community Center, 35 Pleasant Street, or virtually through WebEx. Materials can be obtained from the City Clerk's office, 14 Court Square, from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, or phone 413-772-1555, extension 6163. Penny Ricketts, Greenfield City Council President. City Council second reading, July 21, 2021. Repurpose $20,431.92 from previous authorization fiscal year 19-122 from the repair of Green River Road to paving Mackin Avenue.
Second, DeZorga.
There's no second needed. It's just a second reading.
Pardon me?
It's a public hearing, the public hearing right now. No second is needed. Right, it's a public hearing.
And so, is anyone from the public here to speak on this?
You have to open the public hearing at a time.
Yep, I think you have to do it at 9:40, right?
It is currently 9:43. The public hearing can be opened now.
Okay. So this public hearing is open at 9:43 p.m. I am not seeing anyone wishing to discuss. So can we just close it back up and move on, Madam Clerk? Or
No one has indicated that they wish to speak either in the chat or verbally. Yes,
No,
you may close it.
Yep, I have nothing in the chat. Okay. Public hearing will be closed at 9:40. I can't even see my clock.
9:44.
9:44 p.m. Okay, next. Motions, orders, and resolutions. Number 1, amend the rules of procedure. Whoops. So who wants to do this one on page 16? Does somebody want to read this?
I can read it. Order.
Thank you.
Order number fiscal year 22-007. Greenfield Council, order, City of Greenfield, Massachusetts. The City Council moved that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council votes to amend the City Council Rules of Procedure, Section 565-2, Rule 2, Meetings, Section A, Regular Meetings, by deleting 7 p.m. and inserting in its place 6 p.m. Majority vote required.
Okay. Do I have any discussion?
Need a second.
Oh,
President Ricketts, we need a second.
yep.
Second, Jarvis.
Thank you. people could just speak up if they,
Be a free for all.
I'm in the chat, but I don't see anything. Does anybody want to comment on this?
Counselor Gilmore?
Go ahead.
Yes. So this is such a loaded question for me. I don't even know where to start. But a year ago, we took this up, and I told everyone on the city council that I was not able to participate in meetings if they start earlier than 7 because of my work and because of my family situation and the fact that I work out of town. And not just that I work out of town, but I punch a clock. I don't have like, I know that there are other folks on the city council who do work full time and are in positions where they don't have a boss who watches them. I am allowed to leave at a certain time after I log my hours. So when we talked about this a year ago, everyone voted unanimously to allow me to participate. And right now, I feel so angry and hurt. And I just, it's very emotional for me that, you know, a fellow counselor would suggest that my participation in these meetings is not important. And I hope that people will, you know, vote their conscience. But I mean, I'm out there collecting signatures in Precinct 6 right now to run for re-election. I've been doing this for almost 4 years now. I have had really good feedback from my constituents. I have done my absolute best to do a good job and to represent my neighbors. And I hope that they're watching this meeting right now, because I'm hearing that it's okay for me to be late. It's okay for me to miss the beginning of the meeting. And I'd say if it's okay for me to miss the beginning of the meeting, it should be okay for everyone to miss the beginning of the meeting. So why do we have the beginning of the meeting? If I am not participating for the first 20 minutes, 30 minutes, however long, why is that part of the meeting? And I'm going to leave it right there because I'm so angry and so hurt.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay.
Counselor Jarvis is in the chat box.
Oh, go ahead. Whoops, let me get back on the chat.
Yeah, you're okay, Penny.
Go ahead.
I'll just like to say that Sheila's right. We did bring that up. The flip side to this is I'm up at 4 a.m. in the morning. So when these meetings go to midnight, I get 4 hours sleep, and then I'm off to work the next morning. So that's my caveat to this, is that maybe I see what Sheila's saying, but you also have to understand that where I come from, in my world, I'm up at 4 a.m. every day of the week, Monday through Friday, and 4 hours sleep sometimes is pretty tough to get up at 4 a.m. and be productive during the day. So that's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'd like to say that, yeah, I'm not trying to stifle anybody's participation at all. And I had brought it up again only because we were tackling big money stuff late, and we were like getting punchy, and counselors would start to say things like that, like maybe it's because it's so late that this is just getting to be a lot and stuff. And so it doesn't have to be 6. It would have been 6:30. We could, but at this point, you know, it's not actually even worth it for me to do this. I was doing it just for the simple fact of things that I was just hearing from counselors and some of the topics that we were discussing at 10 at night. So do any other counselors have anything to say?
Yes, I do. Councilor Hirschfeld.
Oh, go ahead, Councilor Hirschfeld.
Yeah, I feel that 7 o'clock really should be the time of our meetings, not 6. It really cuts out, like people have said, it cuts out younger people with families. And the other thing is, I think our meetings really should be tightened up. I think they're, in terms of the ability for people to go on and on. I think there must be a better way of running meetings to tighten things up. And if we have to have a special meeting to handle stuff that just can't be dealt with in one meeting, then let's have a special meeting. But I think it behooves us to try and make our meetings as democratic as possible and include as many people as possible, especially for, it's hard enough to get counselors to fill all the positions, to get people to run. And if we start making our meetings early enough for some people and cutting out that time when people have to commute back into Greenfield, I think we're really doing ourselves and the citizens of Greenfield a disfavor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Gwynn, Councilor Stemple Ray.
I just had a thought, and I would definitely would like to hear from any counselor, especially Councilor Gilmore. Is there a compromise that could be made? Is you know, before we just throw this out or we vote it out, you know, would 6:30 be appropriate? Getting it a little earlier for the people that have to leave early, and 6:30 late enough for people to get home from work. And then I would make a secondary thought, and this is just an opinion, that we would not have public opinion until 7 p.m. So we would change our agenda, say that we would start our meetings at 6:30, but public comment wouldn't happen until 7 p.m. And then it would allow people to be inclusive. And it's just a thought. That's all.
So since my name was mentioned, I'd be happy to answer that question.
Yep, go ahead.
To put all my cards on the table, my union finally has negotiated with management and we won the right to have hybrid work. That has only been in the last like two weeks, week and a half. And I've mentioned this to my supervisor and she is not able to give me a schedule yet because she needs to think about it. I also have a new person that I'm training starting on Monday and we're going to be full-time in person on campus down in Amherst. So I have to work with my trainee. I'm not going to know what my availability is until my supervisor gets back to me. If I'm able to, I'm going to request that I get the third Wednesday as a remote day. That's not a guarantee, but my supervisor can't do my job and neither can anyone else. So I think she's kind of stuck in a spot. But at the same time, I don't really know yet. I mean, if people want to table it to see what my availability is, that would be fine. But I think that there's also this issue that some of our constituents brought up that I'm not the only person in this situation.
Okay. Thank you so much. Councilor Stemple Ray.
Thank you. So I don't think we'll make everybody happy, and this has been a reoccurring item on the agenda. I hear a lot of people saying, like, if the meetings aren't at 7, people with families can't attend the meeting. Someone like myself with an infant would love to have an earlier meeting because she's up at 2 in the morning. So if our meetings go to 2 in the morning, then I'm up all night long virtually. So, but that's here nor there. So I just want to make sure that we're not speaking for every person with a family. And family can mean many different things. And so the point I wanted to discuss was really that this has been tossed around so many different times. Meetings go super, super late. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that we can't rush the process. It's always like, well, how can we rearrange the schedule? Governing can't be rushed. Like, I think we just kind of have to realize that we signed up for this. Discussion takes a while. I think we have gotten better at not trying to recreate legislation on the full council floor. Thank you to Councilor Gwynn for your leadership there. last year, and I think that was helpful. So I think we've made progress in impactful ways. I know that President Ricketts continues the baton of trying to make meetings more efficient, but there's just some things that can't be rushed. And I get concerned when I hear counselors trying to, I will happily be on the meeting and then be up with my daughter in the middle of the night. It's what I signed up for. I'm just really concerned about the sentiment of like, how do we make the meeting end sooner? I just think, I think of our colleagues at the state level, and yes, they're paid a lot more than we are, and yada yada, but like, they've been in sessions until 4 o'clock in the morning. And so I think it is what it is, and we're not going to make it shorter. And I also don't feel comfortable hearing counselors say, like, I'll let you know what my schedule is so then we can make this decision. I don't think that that's fair either, that we're waiting for one person's schedule when there's 13 people on this council. And to be said, there's going to be future people on this council. So I don't think it should be swayed by one person at all. I don't have any skin in the game. I want to hear the consensus. I'm fine either way with what my colleagues feel, but it's us. But it's the future. This is a charter change, if I believe. So I'm looking at someone who knows more than I do.
It would be changed to the city council rules of procedure.
For rules and so, okay. But so I just, that's really it. Governing takes time, for better or for worse. I do remember times we'd get out at like 9. Wasn't that great, Penny?
Way back when, yeah.
And that's, I don't know if I've made sense. I've kind of circumnavigated what I was trying to say, but governing takes time. We're here for it. Yeah.
Well, you did, and I'd like to thank you for that, because I know for me, other people have said, you know, we have families. We need to, you know, be at these meetings early so we can do homework with our children and put them to bed. So for them, if they're waiting till 7 for a meeting to start, and then they're doing stuff with their children and they're waiting till like 9, it doesn't going to work in their household. And if I want to play the health card, I will say that for me, I took it on, and I'm going to say I do the best that I can. But I know as the hour gets later, I'm sure you can hear me slurring my words and stuff. And I know that as it gets later, I start to lose the focus, and I have to thank Will and Madam Clerk. If they were not like catching you all, I mean, I'm using this huge television to look at you to see what's going on, because this whole computer thing does not work for me at all times, and doing the chat and doing the list. And it's surprising that there are people who just think that starting at 6:30 is taking out a whole demographic of the city. And I don't think I find it that way, because when I get off, you know, it's the adrenaline of being in a meeting all night. I get in bed and I just scroll Facebook, and everybody's talking about it because they're just sitting there watching it on GCTV. And so when they watch it from 6 o'clock on and stuff. So if it was a problem, I think we'd be hearing so much more like, oh, we missed this much, we missed that much. And it's not that way. And so I think we did it one year to help a counselor. And I think that says a lot about the council at the time, because this one person was like, my folks want me to, and I'm not going to be a counselor anymore. I'm not going to be able to do this, basically, if the time's not that way. And so now to hear more that it's really the job, and the job won't let it happen at all, then yeah, my heart goes out to you, and it's sorry. I mean, I change my life for the 3rd Wednesday of the month. I change my lunch, I change my other days of the week, everything, so that I could have peace of mind. I mean, I know you're all on your computers and stuff. This is what my life looks like to run a meeting, and I need all Wednesday to put in my yellow tabs and to do stuff. And I had to change my life to be able to do this. But that's what I want to do. So I'll go with the majority. I was just hoping that we could compromise at the 6:30. And, tonight some people came on and said that, and it was good. Up till now, no one has ever said a word as far as the public to us all these years. So I'll go with the majority. But I do agree with Councilor Stemple that all families are different, and we just can't say family people need meetings this way, because everybody eats at different times to do different things in lives. I know people they go to sports, they take their kids to play softball, they do this and that. And so,
President Ricketts,
yes.
Councilor Mayo has his hand up.
Okay.
May I just interject because it's really important?
Yeah. Yes.
President Ricketts, you acknowledged me, so I'm going to speak. You do a great job. So don't think that you're not. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
And that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Councilor Mayo.
I call the question.
Thank you. Okay. The question's been called.
Second, Dolan.
Okay.
That's non-debatable. Would you like a roll call, President Ricketts?
Please.
My point of order is, can you explain what a yes and a no means?
A yes means 6:30 and a no means 6:30. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Councilor Clerk. Madam Clerk.
This is on the motion to call the question. You would vote yes to call the question if you want to vote on the order. If you vote no, you would like to continue deliberation. On the motion to call the question.
Point of order, could you please repeat that?
I'm
I don't know
sorry.
who's talking, but go ahead.
Voting on calling the question, you would vote yes if you want to call the question, and your next vote would be directly on motion 22007. That's to vote yes. If you vote no, deliberation would continue. So this vote is to call the question.
Thank you.
Councilor Jarvis.
Yes.
Councilor Gwynn.
No.
Councilor Disorder.
No.
Councilor Bottomley.
No.
Councilor Dolan.
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore.
No.
Councilor Wheeler.
Yes.
Councilor Mayo.
Yes.
Councilor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Councilor Elmer.
Yes.
Councilor Forgy.
No.
Councilor Stemple Ray.
No.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes, I'd like to vote, and it's no.
Calling the question does not pass. There were only 6 yeses. A majority of 7 was required.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Temple.
Stemple Ray, go ahead.
I'd like to amend the motion on the table to 6:30 instead of 6 o'clock.
I second that, Gwen.
And I'd also like to call the question.
That needs a second.
Second, Bottomley.
Okay.
So a second was received on calling the question. Again, calling this question, if you vote yes, debate would end and you would go straight into voting on the amendment. If you vote no, deliberations would continue on the amendment. Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Mayo,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Stemple Ray.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The question has been called. The vote will be taken on the amendment proposed by Counselor Stemple Ray to amend the motion so that the times of the meeting would begin at 6:30. This is a vote on the amendment. Counselor Jarvis,
Yes. Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Mayo,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Stemple Ray.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
President Ricketts, I believe that we still need a vote on the motion as amended.
Okay, can we do oh, we have to do the roll call, right?
We should do a roll call.
Okay.
It's the only thing that gets me through.
Okay.
On the motion as amended, Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
No.
Vice President Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Mayo,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Stemple Ray.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes by majority.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so page 17, Counselor Disorder, could you take that?
And
And
uh,
do you need help from your committee or are you all set?
no, we're on 17.
Yes.
Take your time. Yep.
17.
Am I right? Am I right, please?
You're correct.
18.
You are
Regular-
correct.
Page 17.
That the regular move. Move that it be that the Greenfield
The
City
PACE Act?
Council
No,
vote to
it's
amend
page
this.
18. It's 18.
No,
It's 17 on my printout. I'll be
17.
glad to take it.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. And then, yeah, Council Elmer, if you take it, and then Council DeSorger, she will give the report from the committee.
Okay, order number FY 22005. Upon recommendation of Mayor Weidergartner, that it be ordered that in order to accept the PACE Act as defined under MGLC 23M, to see if the City of Greenfield will accept the provisions of Charter 23M of the Massachusetts General Laws allowing the city to participate in the PACE Act of Massachusetts as set forth in the attached ordinance, see attachment Exhibit A, majority vote required.
Second,
Do I have a-
disorder.
Thank you. Second. Council DeSorger, could you tell us the report
Yes.
from EDC?
That was unanimous positive from Economic Development. And this was accepted in 2018 by the Economic Development Committee. And the lawyers from both the Mass Development and our lawyer felt that 7 words needed to be added to it, which Department Head Collins came and explained to us, and the 7 words were as set forth in the attached ordinance. And there is someone that is ready to step up to the plate and take advantage of this PACE Act. So it was a unanimous positive. It was a language question.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay. Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call vote? Oh, is there any questions or comments?
President, yes. I don't see any hands up by any of the counselors that I can see, President Ricketts.
Okay. And so you'll do a roll call vote, and
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to be right back. So go ahead.
All right. Counselor Jarvis.
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn.
Yes.
Counselor Disorder.
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley.
Yes.
Counselor Dolan.
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore.
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler. Counselor Wheeler.
I don't see him.
I'm not sure if he is logged in or not. With permission, I will come back to him.
Yes, please.
Counselor Mayo.
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Counselor Elmer.
Yes.
Counselor Forgy.
Yes.
Counselor Stemple Ray.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
And I do not see that Counselor Wheeler is logged into the meeting at the moment.
No, I don't either.
The motion was passed unanimously by the counselors in attendance.
Thank you. So let's see.
Next order is on page 23 in the packet.
Yes. And okay, Counselor Forgy.
Thank you. Order number fiscal year 21-102. City Council order. The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Weidergartner and in accordance with Massachusetts general laws, moved that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council approves, repurposing the amount of $20,431.92 of the previous authorization fiscal year 19-122 for the repair of Green River Road, for paving Mackin Avenue. Majority vote required. So this, Madam President, we had a majority of votes. Last night, there were 4 people present at our meeting, and all 4 of us voted in the positive to recommend this to full council. A bit of explanation is that this is
Madam
repurposing.
President?
Point of order.
We do need a second.
Seconded
on the
when.
motion. Thank you.
Okay. It was unanimous approval. For everyone, we are repurposing money that was once authorized, and since the project finished under budget, the balance can be used for a like-kind project, and so it is being transferred to paving project on Mackin Avenue.
Thank you. Is there any questions or comments? Okay. Madam Clerk, could I have a roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Counselor Jarvis?
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn?
Yes.
Counselor Disorder?
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley?
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley?
Yes.
Yes.
Counselor Dolan?
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore?
Yes.
Counselor Mayo?
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld?
Yes.
Counselor Elmer?
Yes.
Counselor Forgy?
Yes.
Counselor Stemple Ray?
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so the next piece is going to be page 26, 27, actually. So, really going to be on 27. Madam Clerk, do you want to explain this? And then anyone could read that for me.
Certainly. So on Friday, when I sent out the updated agenda packet, I failed to remove item agenda number 4 off of the motions, orders, and resolutions, but I did remove it from the packet. It is on the agenda erroneously. I should have removed it on Friday before I sent the packet out. It is left on there in error. The next order for the council to consider is order number 5 to authorize the GMTA area to sell 382 Deerfield Street. I apologize for my error.
Okay, no problem. And so the page that has to be read is actually page
26.
26. Does anyone can read that, please?
Order number 6 then? Order number 6?
Order number 1.
Order number 1. That the city council, upon recommendation of Mayor.
It's already started. Thank you.
Upon recommendation of Mayor Wiedegardner, that be ordered that the city council vote to declare the Greenfield City Council vote to declare that the Greenfield City Council declare real estate at 382 Deerfield Street being shown as parcel ID 15-4-0 as surplus property.
No,
that's the wrong one.
That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one.
That is the order from the old packet.
Right. Does somebody?
All right, somebody else.
Yeah. Does somebody jump in 26?
I'll do it. Phil.
Go ahead.
Order number FY 22001. The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Weidergartner, move that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council authorizes the Greenfield Montague Transportation Area, GMTA, to sell 382 Deerfield Street, Assessor's Map 15-4-0, under their authority as the owners of the property. Majority vote required.
Second, Mayo.
Okay, second by Mayo. I'll open it up for discussion.
I'll just say this, that what we voted on at economic development, obviously, was different than what, we got in the packet. So the language was different. I was reading from what I had before. So we did give a unanimous positive on the way it was at first, but I actually have some reservations about it now because it's a little unclear to me. There are parts of it that are a little unclear. We don't know the part from Montague. I read through the policy on the sale and the lease, and I am not sure that we actually can do that at this juncture. I'm not sure that it's surplus property, for one thing.
Motion to table.
Yep.
Second to the motion table.
Okay. We have a motion to table. We've had it seconded.
Would you like me to do a roll call vote?
Please.
Councillor Jarvis?
Yes.
Councillor Gwynn?
Yes.
Councillor Disorder?
Yes.
Councillor Bottomley?
Yes.
Councillor Bottomley?
Yes.
He said yes.
Thank you. Councillor Dolan?
No.
Vice President Gilmore?
Yes.
Councillor Mayo?
Yes.
Councillor Hirschfeld?
Yes.
Councillor Elmer?
Yes.
Councillor Forgy?
Yes.
Councillor Forgy?
Oh,
She said yes.
I said yes.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I didn't hear you.
No, that's okay. I'm not sure where I am.
Councillor Stemple Ray?
Yes.
Would the president like to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion is tabled.
Thank you. So I guess on page 31, Councillor Gwynn, do you
Yes.
want to read this? Okay, thanks.
Actually, Councilor Ricketts, I have a question. I was on page 26 of the agenda. I know that there was an update that was sent on July 15th, and the text from that updated agenda still seemed to be different from what was just read when Councilor Elmer read that. Was there a more recent email than that I should be looking at?
May I respond, President Ricketts?
Yes, please.
There was not an additional email. I had sent the updated packet on Friday, and then Tammy had sent a link to the updated packet on the shared Google Drive.
Okay, so I should not be looking at the PDF. I should be on Drive. Is that what you're saying?
Both of them should be the same.
Wait, yeah.
I think that was the reason I wanted to table this.
I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right text.
I believe moving forward that the PDF document that you are looking at is accurate.
It should be okay now.
It's also been voted on.
Point of order, I think we were talking about something that's been tabled.
Yeah,
I know it's been tabled. I just want to make
tabled, but I
sure
think
that for the rest of the meeting, I am on the same page with everyone else.
I understand that.
Would you
Right.
like me, would it be beneficial if I were to attempt to share a screen with the
Oh, no.
order that the council is?
No, I think, you know what, Kathy, I think if it comes up again, because I think this is the only thing that was different. I think if it comes up again, I'll ask. But for now, I think the rest of the agenda is probably accurate, correct?
I believe so.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. So right now we're, Councilor Gwynn has a piece and then Councilor DeSorga. All right, so Councilor Gwynn, go ahead. Page
Probably muted.
31.
Okay, I'm not. Okay. Upon recommendation of Mayor Weir Gardner, in accordance with MGL Part 1, Title 2, Chapter 10, Section 58A, moves that it be ordered that the City Council renews the state-authorized cultural district for 5 years to be names the Crossroads Cultural District, and further endorses the submission of this application for renewal and agrees to foster the continued development of the cultural district, endorses the state-sponsored cultural district goals, attracting artists and cultural enterprises, encouraging business and job development, establishing tourist destinations, preserving and reusing historical buildings, enhancing property values, and fostering local cultural development. Will appoint the mayor or designee to represent the city within the district participant of said cultural district, encourages all who own property or businesses within said cultural district to involve themselves, participate in the full development of the cultural district, and recommends that the city agencies identify programs and services that could support and enhance the development of the cultural district and ensure those programs and services are accessible to the cultural district.
Second, Mayo.
Okay. Councilor Gwen, what would you?
Let me just, this was not brought to appointments and ordinances, and I'll tell you why. It's very odd, because if I was going to, and the mayor explained this to me when I brought this up, but there are several ways a mayor can bring things forward. And a resolution is not one of them. But she is forwarding the resolution. It is not a mayoral role is not to have resolutions. They can have several functions, but not resolutions. So she is just bringing forward a state resolution, and it's not a mayoral resolution. So I have to clear that up first and foremost, because that's not how we do things in Greenfield. So this has not been voted on. And the mayor was looking for us, because it's required by the state that we pass the resolution as I read.
Including the typos?
I guess so, because I read them like that, Councilor Almer.
I have a question.
Councilor DeSorga, I believe you're raising your hand, correct?
Yes, but there were changes in this from the last time, I believe. I mean, there was language added to that. How did you feel about that?
This was not discussed at all, and we haven't seconded this.
Okay.
It was seconded by Councilor Mayo.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Thank you. Keep me on track.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. President Ricketts, we had no discussion on this. You know, we talked about this briefly at chairs.
Right.
Could we hear from the mayor?
Yeah. As Mayor Weir Gardner, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so we're just talking about your resolution.
It's not my resolution. Dan is correct.
The resolution.
The resolution.
The resolution. I guess, Councilor DeSorga, do you remember it being different at chairs than it is today? Is that the difference you're seeing? I'm not sure.
No.
Okay.
I did not read it. I didn't read it before. It just is this exactly the way that it was, Mayor Weir Gardner? That's my question.
As far as I know, we took it directly from the state's language. It's nothing that Without it, we have no cultural district. With it, we do. We've had one for whatever it is now, a few years. I believe this comes up every year, but maybe it doesn't. Maybe it has a longer time frame. A little bit new to me. The city council, the cultural district, I believe, forwarded it to us for us to put on the agenda for this meeting, because there is some time sensitivity to it, as I recall. It's not anything that prevents us from doing anything that we don't want to do. I guess there's nothing. What I'm trying to say is it's not, it's important, but there's nothing unusual about what it is that's being asked for, other than their peculiar language about resolutions.
Okay, Councilor Elmer.
But there's a benefit to it. Is that right?
Oh, yes. We do receive money from them. The Cultural Council does give out grants and different things. MJ has her hand up. She's probably actually been more involved with the Cultural Council prior to my arrival. So if you would like to have her clarify even further, I'd be happy to have her do that and yield the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Adams.
Great, thank you. The Crossroads Cultural District was originally approved and supported by a vote of the City Council, which is what the state requires to happen. 2016, it's a 5-year designation, and in 2021 we are up for redesignation. The process is that we resubmit a renewal application, which went up to the state last Friday. They do require that City Council make a vote to endorse the renewal of the cultural district. The cultural district has been instrumental in terms of looking at what's been happening in our downtown. They've been a very important partner in terms of bringing culture and arts and the bees in partnership with others. I will say that it's really a partnership focused committee, and the state is looking for us to make this vote at City Council level. It does not have to happen tonight. They do want, before they do the official vote at the state level, for City Council to have it on their agenda to do a vote in support of the renewal.
Can I have a question, President Ricketts?
Yes, please.
MJ, is this the process we did in 2016? Did they send a resolution to council, or was it in a different form? I'm still kind of stuck on this, the way it came down. Are you aware of when it was voted the first time, what form it was in? Because this is abnormal. Not in what they're asking, just in how it was asked.
I'll share with you that I forwarded to you exactly what they had in my files from 2016, although I'll share with you that I was not involved at the point that they did their initial designation. I think what the state is looking for is general support from the City Council that you support the ongoing operation of the cultural district. And yes, it has been a source of some very important funding for our downtown, especially as it relates to supporting the arts and culture.
Right. Thank you. Councilor Jarvis?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that we need to back this. It brings money from the state to the cultural district. It also supports the businesses downtown. And you know what? The state likes to put whereases all over the place. That's the way they like the state stuff. That they sound important when they do it like that. That's just the way they like to do it. I don't see a question. I've read this. I don't see anything tricky in it. I just think we should just move on, pass it. It's beneficial to the city. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I think if I remember correctly that past President Hoffman was instrumental in all of this.
Yes,
so, yes. Councilor Gilmore.
Yeah, so this all sounds good. I just want to make sure, is there like a financial implication here at all?
There is
money from them.
There is no cost to participate in being a Crossroad Cultural District. We do receive, this past year, we received $7,500 in funding to support cultural activities. The year before that, it was $5,000. It's like I said, it brings some money in, not a lot, but it is a good avenue for us to be able to have some designation of our downtown as having a number of cultural activities. And you might have seen the signs that are going up around the downtown that are designating where the edges of the cultural district actually are. So,
All right, thank you. Sounds good.
Thank you. Are there any more questions or comments? Seeing none. Could we take a roll call vote? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Abstain.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Mayo,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes, yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Semple Ray.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passed.
Okay,
thank you.
so page 34. Counselor Distorga, could you read that?
Yes. Order number
Thank you.
Order number FY 22-03, the City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Wiedegartner, that it be ordered that the City Council vote to accept a gift of the property to the City of Greenfield at 0 Bungalow Ave, parcel ID 127-65-0. Majority vote required. Vote explanation of supporting rationale, comments from the mayor, standard operating procedure RE 000-03-M, policy on sale and lease or option of city-owned land.
Seconded, Gwen.
Thank you. Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Counselor Distorga, can you share the EDC?
It did, after some discussion, it did receive a unanimous positive from economic development.
Thank you. Positive. Are there any questions or comments from any of the counselors?
I'd like to just comment, Counselor Gwen. I watched this on the EDC meeting. Counselor Disorder was on top of this whole piece, and it was greatly appreciated. At first, I was agreeing with Counselor Stemple Ray and wondering, when we're taking these fragmented pieces of land, they come off the tax roll, and then we take them on, and what do we do with them? They just sit there. But in this case, it actually extends the road to a piece of town-owned land already. So in essence, by taking this piece, we create a flag lot of ownership. So if someone was to buy that piece of already town-owned land, we now can give them access because we owned a piece of landlocked land. So this actually made a really good situation where we took a piece of land that appeared to be useless, but after looking at it, it actually becomes an asset to the town. So I will be voting in favor of this based on that.
Thank you. I have to say that I also watched that same meeting, and I just didn't know what I thought about any of it by reading it, and it was a great conversation. And I was like on my phone at one meeting and looking at my Chromebook at this, trying to listen to them both. And Counselor Stemple brought up some points that helped me start to think and change my mind about what I first wanted to do. So yes, it was very great discussion. The whole EDC meeting that night was really great. So thank you. I will be voting yes. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call vote? Want me to start you? Councilor Jarvis? No, I'm just kidding.
I'm so sorry I was muted.
No, that's okay.
Counselor Jarvis?
I was helping.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Gwynn?
Yes.
Counselor Disorder?
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley?
Yes.
Counselor Dolan?
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore?
Yes.
Counselor Mayo?
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld?
Yes.
Counselor Elmer?
Yes.
Counselor Forgy?
Yes.
Counselor Semple Ray?
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, page 36. This came in last minute, so anybody could read it. It would be helpful.
I will do it, Penny. Fiscal
Thank
year
you.
22008, this is A1. The City Council moved that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council declares real estate on Laurel Street being shown on Assessor's Map 41 Block 2-0 to be surplus property and transfers said property to the mayor for the sale. Majority vote required. Order fiscal year 22008 A2. The City Council.
President Ricketts?
Each
yes.
motion needs to be addressed individually.
Okay, sorry about that. I guess I need a second.
Second, Mayo.
Seconded by Mayor, and then go ahead, Councilor Forgy.
I was going to read the other order. Should there be discussion on the first one?
And a vote?
And a vote?
Correct.
Okay. Why not? Let's try it. Is there any questions or comment on the first one? And the mayor is still on the line, I believe. So if anybody has anything.
Do we have a opinion from any committee or anyone that?
This came in late. This came in late.
I called, I called Director Tworog to see what the scoop was on this. Oh, this is an A&R, I believe, on the Bendex property. I think
Yes.
there's a approval not required. I that's what he told me, but it did not come. It didn't come in time that we looked at it. I had discussion about it, but I think they had it on planning board and sent it forward.
President Ricketts, the mayor has her hand up also.
Yes. Okay. As soon as Councilor DeSorga finishes her sentence, and I'll go to the mayor. And
so I don't know. We didn't discuss it. We didn't look at it, and I just know that they approved it on planning board. I heard from Director.
Losing her.
Okay, that's fine. Yes, I do remember this because I was.
The mayor can shed more light on that.
Can't tell if you're talking or not. You're so low. Whoops. Okay, you're still there. Yeah, I was chair of EDC when this came around the first time, so I do remember this. So, Mayor Wiedegarter, do you want to add anything to this at this time?
Yes, I would like to give you a little background on this. First of all, this is the Bendix property. We have a buyer. We have a signed purchase and sale agreement. We have a closing date for July 27th. The buyer is purchasing this property for a marijuana grow, and which will, of course, one, give us revenue when they purchase the property, and will continue to give us revenue thereafter by virtue of the nature of the business, a significant amount, I'm sure. This is a sale that has been in the works for well, since slightly before I arrived here. It goes back to Mayor Martin, and Greener Sides has stuck with us. They had some of their own issues. I won't say issues, but steps that they had to go through to with the CCC, the Cannabis Control Commission, in order to get to a purchase and sale agreement. They met all of those things. There were a few extensions on their closing date. It turns out, I suppose it's a good thing that there were a few extensions on their closing date for various reasons. Because that allowed us to find out at the very last minute when we were doing title work that the city council, you know, whether it was this one or the one before or the one before that, because it goes back a ways, had never authorized Mayor Martin, or he had never asked for, and that's not clear one way or the other, he had never asked for the city to authorize the sale of the property. So in order for that closing to take place, and these people who've been with us for quite some time now, not wavering at all with that particular property, which has its own history with the city of Greenfield with regard to environmental pollution. They are not concerned at all about that. They are willing to take the property and develop it because they can do it without concerns. So that's where we're at. And this was unfortunately something that came up at the very last minute. Councilor Ricketts was kindly allowing us to put it on the agenda for tonight so that the sale of the property could go forward next week.
Okay, thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions or comments for the mayor?
I don't know if it's for the mayor, but seeing she just talked, I have a comment. I am just so happy to see this property moving forward.
Yeah.
It's not just Mayor Martin. I think we authorized this to Mayor Forgy. I mean, this has been going on forever. You know, it was full of Legos 30 years ago. You know what I mean? It has been a battle all the way. I'm glad that it's going to be turned over to a property owner that's going to generate revenue in the sale, and we're also going to have additional income based on their business. I don't like the fact that we got it last minute, but I think I understand this one, Mayor, and it'll get my full support.
Imagine my surprise. Well,
I can imagine. I can imagine.
Anyone else? Questions, comments? Madam Clerk, do what you do.
Councilor Jarvis,
Yes.
Councilor Gwynn,
Yes.
Councilor Disorder,
Yes.
Councilor
Yes.
Disorder. Thank you. Councilor
Yes.
Bottomley,
Yes.
Councilor Dolan,
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore,
Abstain?
Councilor Mayo, Councilor Mayo,
Wait 1 second. Let me see if he's still on here.
I
Hold
don't
on.
see that he's logged in.
Okay,
I'll
could
come
you?
back to him if,
Yes, please. Thank you.
thank you. Councilor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Councilor Elmer,
Yes.
Councilor Forgy,
Yes.
Councilor Stemple Ray.
Yes.
I still do not see that Councilor Mayo is logged in. I will note that he was not here for this vote. Does the president wish to vote?
Yeah. Councilor Elmer, were you raising your hand or no?
I was saying yes. That was my yes vote.
Okay. Okay. Yes and yes.
The motion passes.
Okay.
Okay. We'll read the second
Oh,
order.
yes.
Yes, please.
Fiscal year 22-008, A2. The City Council moved that it be ordered, the Greenfield City Council authorizes the mayor to sell Laurel Street, Assessors Map R 41-2-0, pursuant to the City Council policy for the sale of city-owned land, and authorize the mayor to execute all documents necessary to accomplish the same. Majority vote required.
Second, Jarvis.
Thank you. Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any questions or comments? Madam Clerk?
Councilor Jarvis.
Yes.
Councilor Gwynn.
Yes.
Councilor Disorder.
Yes.
Councilor Bottomley.
Yes.
Councilor Dolan.
Yes.
Councilor Vice President Gilmore.
Yes.
Councilor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Councilor Elmer.
Yes.
Councilor Forgy.
Yes.
Councilor Semple Ray.
Yes.
Does the
Yes.
president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes. The motion passes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we have new business. So I have two pieces of new business, but let's start with the council discussion to continue meetings through virtual or in person.
President Rickett.
What? Yeah, I mean, yeah.
There are additional agenda items that need to be gone through.
Presentation of, yeah. Petitions to similar papers. Nope. Report of committees. Who would like to give their report?
This is Councilor Forgy. I will keep it brief. Ways and
Nope,
Means
go ahead.
met last evening. We had an excellent meeting. I would encourage other members of the council, if you haven't seen our meeting, take a look at it. There's a lot of information in it, and a lot of issues are going to be coming forward, and I think you'll find it quite informative. Thank you.
Thank you. Would A&O or EDC want to say something?
Yeah, A&O. I just want to remind everyone that on Tuesday, the 27th at 5:30 via WebEx, we will be having our public hearing on the charter recommendations. And as a reminder, it will be just that. It is a public hearing. It's not questions and answers. It's not a discussion format. It's to listen to what the public would like to comment on the recommendations made by the full Charter Commission. Following that, I will then present to full council with the help of those that participated in the commission and my board, how we are going to proceed with bringing those points forward, but all of that will take place after we hear from the public on Tuesday. That's it.
Easy for you to say. Okay, Councilor DeSorga, did you have anything you wanted to add, or?
We had a lively discussion on the items that were there, and went on to talk about the downtown, and the businesses that people were visiting. Some discussion. MJ shared briefly the digital entrepreneurial ecosystem analyst, and that's something that, looking at our digital capacity, and they're going to be. That's a real selling item for the town. So more to follow on that. That's all.
Thank you so much.
Oh, and we asked them to help Wells Street. There was a business on Wells Street that was not in the center of town. I'm just saying this while the mayor is still on. Phantom Brewery. I don't know if MJ brought that probably to your attention, but while we're all live and together, that's something that's off the beaten path. It's owned by one of our local businesses that owns Camelot Cleaners. He owns the all overall thing, and they could use a little extra help down there. That's all. Over and out.
Okay. Is there any unfinished business? Old business? Okay. New business? I have two pieces. Councilor Gilmore has one. Councilor Bottomley has one. So let's first tackle the discussion to continue meetings through virtual or in person. Does somebody just want to start?
I don't mind. I seem like I haven't talked about everything tonight. I might as well not stop.
Please.
I just, as we were discussing this, I did listen to the public this evening. When we were at chairs meeting, I made the suggestion that we meet in full council as a live meeting. Greenfield is open for business. I thought it reflects the best. And I think council meetings, when they're interactive with our full boards and town officials all in that atmosphere, I think it's a much more productive meeting. So that was my opinion. And then keeping the individual meetings and committee meetings WebEx until a time that we deem it to change on. That was my opinion. I still personally am in favor of that, but I was listening to the people that had concerns with things that are happening.
Thank you so much. Anyone else?
I'd like to weigh in.
Please.
Yeah. Well, I'm a great believer in remote meetings. I think the whole country discovered that they work. And my experience is that we get more people participating in this format than we did when we had the live meeting. We had like 3 people there. I like this format. It's better for me. It seems like it's better for a lot of people in the town, and I think it moves. It makes it more democratic.
Anyone else?
I'd like to speak on this. I wrote something about it and put it in the paper. I think that I love being with all of you. I do. I like being with people in person. I agree with Councilor Gwynn. There's nothing like that. And yet I think that we eliminate some people and some of us will at times need to be eliminated because of that. And that even happened this week or a week ago for school committee. And I thought, I think this is going to be the wave of the future. And I am for looking very seriously into the hybrid method. I think 80%, 90% of the time, I will be there with you when that's possible. But because you can't give a parting gift in a virtual meeting. That's a quote from one of these things that I read. But I liked it. But I think that I think it's going to make us think outside the box. There's an under participation by people with disabilities and by people with young children. As a matter of fact, when I was younger with little kids in the family that I had at that point, I wanted to be the one that was getting out of the house and serving on a town board. And now I couldn't do that until my children were grown. And I had a lot to bring then, just as I do now. All of it you may not wish to hear, but I think that's a really important point. And I think when I personally was laid up in bed for 4 months after a surgery, my brain was still working. And I think that could be somebody else with something that we don't know. And I think this is the time, this is the city that we are selling for the 100 up and 100 down. And I don't understand technology the way that some of you do, but I think that this city, I meant that. We have great capacity to do this. We were the first green city. We could figure this out. And I think that it's a little painful at times to do it like this, but maybe having it be a little painful for a little bit will be the impetus to get them to do the next thing. Because I think hybrid's the way to go. I think it should be hybrid for the people. I think there should be people that were sitting in a room that wanted to be there tonight, and they should be there. And I think the same is true for us. I think if one of us was ill or infirmed or whatever, we should have that same right. And like I said, I'll probably be there a lot of the time when you decide upon it, but that's all.
Thank you. Councillor Hirschfeld.
Yes, I agree with Jenny. I think we're going to need to do this hybridly. I think this virus is going to be with us for quite a while. So I think we best be able to think outside the box or outside and do it hybridly. I think our attendance is probably better in person, to tell you the truth. But I think for most people, having the option of going online, especially those who can't make in person or who feel threatened by it, I think it's a really good option. It's a democratic way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'd just like to say we're forgetting about part of the community that doesn't have the internet, that doesn't have laptops, that don't have a smartphone to log into the meeting. And if they do have a smartphone, it's not the easiest thing to do with a smartphone. I mean, my father's idea of a computer was a calculator, people. So a computer was out of the question. So let's not forget about those people that can attend these meetings, that maybe can't afford a paper to see what's even being discussed, and they can't go to the library and pick up a paper. So, or even go in there and read it right now. So let's not forget about those folks, because I think we're forgetting about those folks when we're talking about this. And the state's opened up. They opened up our businesses. We want that message to get out there, and I think we're passing the message on that we're going to hide in this little world of virtual communities and talk. I think it's time to get out there. And I'm not against the hybrid meeting. I think they'll be great. I think we'll get more participation. But let's remember, people show up at meetings because of what's being discussed in the meetings to give their comments about what's being discussed. If we're not doing any hot topics, I doubt no matter what type of meeting you have, you're going to have a lot of participation. If we're doing hot topics that are top 5 topics that are the hot potato being passed around, we're going to have participation. So I don't think that being remote or being live has anything to do with participation. It's the topic. It's driven by the topic. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elmer.
I just wanted to say that I thought Don Moran had a really smart suggestion that there's a cheap way to do a hybrid, which you just open our laptops up in front of us. Anybody who can't be there participates in a WebEx or Zoom meeting, and people who can show up are in the room. We don't have to spend $28,000, like she said. Thanks.
Yeah, Councillor Gilmore.
I would like to piggyback on what Councillor Jarvis and Councillor Elmer just said. I think that my preferences for remote and, in-person meetings kind of fluctuate based on what's going on in my house that particular day. But, I'm an able-bodied person, so if I'm available to meet in person, I would prefer that because I like to be around people and I miss everybody. But if there are, things that are going on that would make me late or make it so that maybe I couldn't go, I would prefer for it to be, remote. I like the idea of hybrid because then we've got folks who are not internet savvy, maybe don't have a computer, maybe don't have internet. Those folks can still participate if they want to come in person. And then folks that, maybe they're working late, they're able to participate remotely. I think that that is absolutely where we need to move this because then we're getting everybody. We're including all demographics there.
Okay, thank you. So I guess what I have to say is, first of all, we had lots of people come out at the budget meeting last year, which is rare for me, who's been on council for the last 5 or 6 years. And it was basically because of one topic. It was about the police station, but a lot of those folks also went to Brattleboro, Montague, and Northampton virtual meetings as well. It wasn't like it was all just about Greenfield. They traveled to other things, and they also, went to protest and things, so they were out among the public. For me, the hard part is hybrid, I think, is a good idea. I just don't want to be a hypocrite. So it's a hard decision for me. I'm going to be honest. I went to the Village Pizza event, and there was lots of people there. I wish I could have got up to the fairgrounds for the Freedom Fest, but I just couldn't do both in the same day. Last night, I was at Shoots and Vine with Franklin County, celebrating all the volunteers who helped with the COVID vaccination. Some folks just bought this big house, a couple houses down, the old Nelquit building, and I just met them as I walked by their house, and they invited me over to dinner Monday night. And, and I know they just moved here from New York and stuff. And I'm like, oh, I can't wait because they're so excited about Greenfield. They just want to share about the downtown and some of the businesses and such. And so here I am on one hand, going to all these things and being with people all the time. I too am running for office again, so I had to get my signatures. So how can I justify being out there getting 100 signatures and then say, I don't want to be with 13 people because I want to stay safe? So I just have personal problems with just being a hypocrite. And then the last thing is, we're one of the poorest communities in Massachusetts. So I think about the internet access. I know people who they use their cell phone and they don't have enough money or they run out of time. And it's none of our business, but I know that it's a hardship. And I don't want them to think that's the only way that they could come to our meetings. And I do remember when Elm Terrace had some issues and, but they could not send us emails because so many of them didn't even have computer access. So if they couldn't talk one-on-one to a counselor just by an email, then they're not going to be able to log on and come to a meeting. And so it's so hard because you don't want to offend anybody. You don't want to offend the disability community, and you don't want to offend some of the poorest families that we have here. And I mean, a lot of people didn't have Chromebooks in their households until this hit, and the schools gave them out so their children could have them. And I'm sure some of the adults in those households used them, and they were having them for the first time as well. And so I'm taking that all on. So I'm putting it all on my shoulders when I make decisions like this. It's not so easy. I'm just not going to say, I just want this because it just makes it easy. My life personally and my health, doing it this way is the very best thing I can do. But it's not about me. And people didn't elect me so that I can just do the easiest. I mean, you know how heavy my heart felt when I heard people were at John's On waiting for us because they thought that's where the meeting was tonight. And so every month, people are going to be doing that same thing because that's how our agenda is set up. It says John's On or WebEx. And so to know people went there because it was so important for them to get information to us. And then one resident took all those folks into her house, into her own home, and let everybody speak out. I am like, yes, I could get to the John Zahn building. If somebody could take people into their personal home, I can be seen in a city-owned building. So I'll go with the majority, but I got to check it at the door right here. I'm sorry. To see what happened tonight just speaks volumes, and I want to do my job. I don't want to do what's easy. I want to do what's right. So, Counselor Forgy, I either missed you or you put up a lot, and then Madam Clerk.
Okay, so I'd like to weigh in. We've heard some very interesting comments this evening. We have heard from the IT department, and we've heard from, GCTV. And I'm very heartened by the conversations that we've had this evening about the potential that exists out there for all of us to cover all the bases. So if there are more options, I think that is just not one option. I think more options spreads it a little bit more. And again, I keep going back to this ARPA money. I know it's not ours to distribute, but it might be ours to make recommendations. And I think that some of these gaps can be filled by making these pieces more equitable to people. I mean, the school did it for their students. Maybe there's some way that we can do it for other residents as well to make it more equitable and to keep our meetings open and accessible to everyone. So that's my long-winded way of saying I'm interested in seeing a hybrid approach to everything at this point. Keep all the options on the table, keep us open, and try to do everything we can to encourage participation. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk.
President Ricketts, I defer to Councilor Disorder.
Yeah, Councilor Disorder.
I just want to push again on this. I think it's totally an equity thing all the way around. And I think that this is the time that we need to do that. That was an equity issue with people being at the door. And like I said, I'll be there most of the time. But I think it's not just us or how we look or what we're going to. I am happy to come and to be there. But I think we need to do it both. And I think this will push the envelope by saying they're gonna figure it out. They figured it out last week at the school committee because I watched them. And I think it is, they had the majority of the school committee could be there and some couldn't. And I thought, we can do this. And I'm going to push for that. That's all.
Thank you.
It's equal to all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Yes. Thank you, President Ricketts. We're hoping, the office is hoping to get some marching orders from the council so that there isn't the confusion of whether the meeting is in person or whether it is virtual, because currently hybrid is not available.
Right.
So we're trying to get clarity so that everyone is on the same page, and perhaps we know what the August meeting in person or not, So we're just looking to try to clarify how meetings, short term, if you will, are going to be held.
Okay. Council DeSorga, or did I?
No,
I'm just
no,
reading
then
backwards.
I'd make a motion that I think that we will push the envelope by saying remote until they figure it out. I want a hybrid method, but I know that everybody doesn't agree with me. I just think it's fair to everybody, and I am not trying to make this the most convenient thing for myself because it's not the way I live. But I think that we had an enormous amount of participation remotely, and I am just going to go back to there's 0.2% of people with disabilities that serve on in public office, and I thought they have a lot to give, and we hardly have people signed up to run for school committee, and we were having a hard way to go getting people. So I'm taking the hard stand and going for hybrid.
Okay. So your motion is on the table. Is there a, Councilor Jarvis?
No, never mind. There's a motion on the table. Nope. I'm good.
And so, Councilor DeSorga, your motion is to go remote fully, but did we have a second?
We do not.
We did not. Okay.
Second, Hirschfeld.
Second, Hirschfeld. Okay, so is there any discussion? Councilor Elmer. Wait, I think you're muted.
Councilor Elmer, you're muted.
Sorry, I'm confused. Was this on the agenda in a way that we can vote on it?
Well, the clerk's office, she just explained, really needs something. Because we had people at the door at John Zahn today. So people have to know clearly what we're doing.
It's our own procedure.
Right.
You
This
have
procedure. Okay.
May I interject?
Yeah.
I mean, you have it on the agenda as new. You have an item on the agenda as new business.
As new business.
Okay.
So
Good.
I think it's appropriate for you to do this.
Can I suggest that it seems like a hybrid. I think the hybrid model that was suggested by Dawn may be available to us. And I wish, I don't know if the GCTV guy can answer it or not, but I don't actually see the technical problem with having an in-person meeting and then a Zoom meeting happening on our laptops in front of us. So
Point of order.
I'm not sure what that does with the motion,
Thank you.
but
Sorry,
Point of order. We got a motion on the table. We're looking for a second before we can have a discussion.
The motion was seconded by Councilor Hirschfeld.
We had the second, but then.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. I missed it.
No,
sorry.
It's okay. It's a long night. So I think what needs to happen is, are you wanting to make that as, are you wanting to just have people discuss that idea more? Councilor?
You're asking me? Yes. The motion that that's been put forward is that we have it Zoom, that we have it remote. And well, that's the motion, and I would vote for that. Meanwhile, though, it is possible that we could find a way to do what we all seem to want, which is the two things at once. And I wouldn't want to shut that off. And I wonder whether the clerk can wait a couple of days until we have an answer on that.
President Ricketts.
Yes, Councilor Gwynn.
This was brought up at the chairs meeting, and they explained to us, and it's not my expertise because it's video, but it's not my expertise. They said that does not, you need a two-way system, and when you just put a computer out, you remember this whole explanation? Anyone who was at that meeting, when you only put a computer out, it becomes a one-way system. I know all around. I know Otis is doing it. I know FCAT is doing it. So it's potential, but it's not as simple as putting the laptops. They explained that to us at chairs meeting, but I don't remember the explanation to give you that explanation. But there was a reason why it wouldn't work.
Yeah, and I understand that. And I too watched the school committee meeting, and I know how that was done. And that was by the superintendent. Acting superintendent brought her own cord and hooked that up. It sounded awful, however. I mean, I kept typing in going, why is the sound so bad? It was so bad. And so they were able to do it, but it wasn't a good meeting. It wasn't, you couldn't hear everybody equally. So we do have to look at it more.
Okay.
And so I'd like to make a friendly amendment. I would like to be remote for subcommittee and have the once a month Wednesday meetings live.
Is that?
I'll second that.
But that's just a friendly amendment.
Oh, sorry.
So it's an amendment to my motion?
Yes.
It's the only motion on the floor that right now, I believe.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
A friendly amendment.
Don't be friendly.
A friendly amendment has to be accepted by the maker of the main motion as
Right.
friendly. If it is not accepted by the maker of the motion, then you have to move to amend by substitution.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. You're my friend, and I can't accept that because I don't believe in it. I'm sorry.
Nope, it's okay. So what's my next choice now? Mr. Roberts?
You can move. May I, as a parliamentarian, make a suggestion?
Please.
It's late at night. This is a very complicated issue. Were I on the council, I would recommend that you have a committee to examine this issue. And I'm overstepping my bounds, but it's late and I'm tired too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I agree with the parliamentarian because we also have several counselors who want to submit new business items.
But we still.
So there is a motion.
There's a motion.
There is a motion on the table. If it wishes to be withdrawn, the makers should do that and send to committee.
Could I make a motion to table?
Wait.
We're getting beyond.
I got to take a break here because I thought I heard somebody say motion to table, and then somebody else said, does the person who wants to do it withdraw it? So I don't know where I'm at right now. I'm really sorry, but I don't.
I'm wondering if I could make a motion to table it and send it to a committee that has yet to be determined.
All right. So, but does the person who made the motion, do they want to withdraw it? And then we can send it. They don't have to. I'm just asking. I can't tell if she's on.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I can see her. Yeah.
I'm going to go with I believe in going with the will of the group. If the will of the group is to table this, I will go to
I can hardly hear you. I'm so sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I just
If the will
can't
of
hear
the
you.
group is to table, then I would go along with that.
There's no will of the group. Only one person said it so far.
I'll second the motion to table.
That's non-debatable.
Okay, it's non-debatable now. Okay. So could I please have a roll call vote?
On the motion to table, Councillor Jarvis.
Yes.
Councillor Gwynn.
Yes.
Councillor DeSorder.
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Stemple Ray.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes, and yes.
It is tabled.
Okay, thank you. So, number one, I just want to apologize for this little last piece. I just got in the weeds. I got lost there. So thank you.
You're doing great.
Madam Clerk, I'd like to dedicate a page of tonight's meeting to Dealer Turner, please.
Thank you.
Thanks. I don't want to say anything else. And second of all, I just want to just have good thoughts out there for the city of Montague. They're a state of emergency, and we know what it's like to have a state of emergency because of rain. So I know our fire department's been called out to help them somewhat. So I just want to say that our thoughts are with them as they do a lot of cleanup. Okay.
President Ricketts?
Yes.
Yes. I just wanted to bring you back to new business. Thank you.
Yep, I'm on it still. Counselor Gilmore, I'm so done. Sorry.
No, I understand. One thing I would like to say is Brickett Ellis, who was a longtime city councilor, his father just passed, and I would like people to sort of hold a moment for, his father. Kind of in that same vein. I want to have a discussion for a future meeting about the open meeting law. I read it recently, and I don't feel like we're applying it completely accurately. For example, we just did a real estate transaction with very little notice, whereas another city councilor asked some questions in writing and was told that the questions had to be submitted more than 5 days in advance. But we ask questions on the fly during council meetings all the time. And sometimes if I have a question for a specific person, I just pick up the phone and I call them. So I would like to talk about what the open meeting law means for our council meetings, especially for subcommittees and for questions, not submitting ordinances. And I think that's it, but that's for a future meeting. It's very late.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you put that on chairs for next month, please?
We will.
Thank you. Councilor Bottomley.
Actually, that was a similar kind of question about subcommittee meetings and other counselors asking questions and how that fit into open meeting law. So it's very similar. So I don't have a new business item. It can fold in with that.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any new business?
Counselor Forgy?
Counselor Forgy?
I just want to ask that in a future agenda that the council take up a discussion in regard to the distribution and allocation of ARPA, and have public hearings, and let's hear what people have to say. I don't think it's too premature. I think we should do due diligence, and I would really encourage us to act as a body in this regard. So thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please put that on my committee chairs for next month?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other new business? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Good night.
Time is 11:30.